Good morning and welcome to the 2021 RaceTheSun competition, a core competition hosted by Royal Corps Signals and facilitated by 2 Signal Regiment up here in York. This is a virtual competition today that's delivered using the Zwift and Zoom platforms and administered via Discord, a popular platform in the gaming community. What you're seeing at the moment then is the start line for the first event. The first of 5 events, and it's going to be a Zwift run. And each avatar that you can see on the screen now represents a team that has entered this competition. There are 22 teams in total from across the Corps and from around the UK, from 19 different units and formations, and that equates to 176 competitors. So a fantastic attendance for this competition. This is the 28th RaceTheSun. It was started in 1994 as an innovative readiness test for members of 2 Signal Regiment, and since then it's grown and become a firm fixture in the Corps calendar. There's only been 2 years where it hasn't taken place. 2017 as a result of Manchester bombing, and of course last year due to the pandemic. The competition itself then today will consist of 5 events. The first event is a 13.1 mile run, which is what we'll be seeing here first thing this morning, and that starts at 07:30. From there then, at 10:30 we'll be going into event 2, and that will be a 20-mile virtual road race using the Zwift platform. Event 3, starting at 12:30 then, will be a 10k row, and you'll be able to see all teams competing via the Zwift conferencing tool. Event 4 then will be a mountain bike, so we're back on Zwift platform again, and that'll be 15 miles. And finally, we'll be finishing at 1600 with an 8-mile Bergentab, with soldiers carrying 15 kilos and operating on a treadmill. So if you just joined us then, the first event's about to start at 07:30, and that's a 13-mile half marathon run. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Royal Corps Signals RaceTheSun competition for 2021, hosted by 2 Signal Regiment up here in sunny York. You're viewing the competition, you're viewing the first event, which is about to start in 5 minutes. And as a precursor to the competition starting, I'm now going to introduce our Master of Signals, Major General Naismith, who will give us a few words of encouragement prior to the competition starting.
So at last, it feels like we're on the road to normal after 12 pretty difficult months working in a COVID environment. I can't think of a better way for the Corps to restart than with RaceTheSun. And this year, I think it will be better than ever, because not only will we be showing that true team spirit, physical resilience, mental robustness, pulling together, but we will also be using our technical skill and our innovation to connect. So whilst I'm sad that we can't all descend on York like we have in years gone by, I love the fact that we're combining our technical skill, our team spirit, and our physical and mental resilience all in one go. So a huge thanks to 2 Signal Regiment. Good luck to all 21 teams. Enjoy every minute. And it all starts with a half marathon on Zwift. Good luck.
Good morning and welcome to the RaceTheSun competition 2021, hosted by 2 Signal Regiment up here in York. You're joining us at the start of the first event, which is going to start in 3 minutes, just over. And what I'd like to do then is to talk you through what you can see on your screen at the moment. So we're using the Zwift platform, which is a platform used for running and cycling, and we'll be using that today for event 1, which is a 13.1 mile run. A little bit about the information you can see in front of you then. In the top right hand corner you can see a timer counting down. When that hits 0, that is the start of our event. Each one of those avatars you can see on the screen represents a team, and there's 22 teams entered this competition today, comprising 176 different competitors from 19 units or formations. On the right then you can see mile splits, so as we follow different competitors as they run, we'll be able to see the speed that they're doing. We'll also be able to see their heart rate up in the top right hand corner in that blue circle there. Now, the timer, just underneath the timer that you can see on the right there, and underneath there will be populated by each team name, and it will show a live position sequence like you would expect to see in a competition that you would see on Eurosport, for example, and it will show splits, so and the time differences between competitors. So we will be able to see who's in first place, who's in second place, and by what distance they are leading each team. So it should be a really interesting opportunity for us to see how each team competes as we go through the event. A quick canter through the events that we're going to be viewing today then. Like I said, in 2 minutes time we'll be starting the 13.1 mile run. We'll then be moving on at 10:30 to the 20 mile bike ride. At 12:30 we'll be doing a 10k row. At 1400 we'll be doing the 15 mile mountain bike, and at 1600 we'll be finishing with a 10 mile virtual tab with 15 kilos of weight on the Zwift platform. So the competitors then will be competing in 3 separate categories. Major unit, which is a unit that has over 250 service personnel and strength. Minor unit for those under 250, and then a mixed unit. A mixed unit is a mixture of male and female competitors. So we've got 12 teams enter the major unit, and 5 in the minor and 5 in the mixed. So there's healthy competition in all 3 events. It's not just Royal Signals. We've got brigade headquarter formations. We've got the Army Foundation College up in Harrogate, which is fantastic to see, and we've also got a local garrison unit towards the Mensal station, Strenston station, just the other side of York. Okay, so we're now counting down. We're inside the last minute now, and when it hits 0, you'll see all the teams setting off. You may notice a slight delay with some of the teams setting off. That's just a visual glitch, and that will not affect the overall time. The yellow icon you can see, that's purely just for administration purposes, and that's our administrating team, and they'll remain at the start point. What we'll use is we'll rotate the camera sequence as we go around to view different competitors. Inside the last 20 seconds now, and it'll be really interesting to see who makes an early surge to try and get ahead. About to set off now then. 3, 2, 1, and the team's away. Do you see a slight delay then in some of the teams setting off? This will not affect their final time. I say again, this will not affect their final time. Zwift calculates the point at which they're released from the start pen, and then and records it at the end. So what we can see now then on the right is the initial positioning, and if you look on the right in green, you can see the unit teams. So 15-6 currently holding first place, and you can also see their time splits as well. So 15-6 team 2 is averaging about just over 7-minute miles, and we'll go to them now. So a little bit about what you can see then if you're just joining us. We're viewing 15-6 team 1 and team 2, and in particular we're watching the team 1 avatar, and in the top left you can see that person's heart rate monitor firing in, giving us their heart rate, and gives an idea of how fast they're going. So 163 beats per minute, averaging 621, so 620-minute miles, which PFA old money is just over 9-minute miles, so quite a decent pace. It'd be interesting to see how long they hold that for. So 15-6 Team A then, that's Lance Corporal Marsh. So watching Lance Corporal Marsh at the moment, and then what we'll do now is we'll just flick over to further down the pack and look at how the other competitors are getting on. Here we've got 22-6 running with 10-6. So 10-6 competitor then, we have Lance Corporal Crow, and then 22.6 we have Lance Corporal Kelly. So these two are pretty much running close together now. Okay, good morning and welcome if you're just joining us. This is you're watching event 1 of RaceTheSun competition 2021. This is a 13.1 mile run, and we are about a third of a mile into it, so we've just been going a couple of minutes now. The image you're seeing then is we're viewing predominantly 30 Signal Regiment then, seeing how they're getting on, and that's Staff Sergeant Brown from 30 Signal Regiment, averaging a 6:36 pace for the opening mile. Okay, we're going to now move with the race leader, 14.6, and what a pace that they're holding early doors, sub 6 minute miles. So that's, for those of you who think about 1.5 times, that's under 9 minute mile that these 14.6 are holding. And their runner is WO2 Cook, Sergeant Major Cook. So leading by example, setting an early pace. It'd be interesting to see whether he can hold that for the full distance. However, he's opened up 11-second gap over 3 DSR, who we're going to go look at now. 3 DSR then, 5:43, so a slightly quicker pace. If they can hold that, they will catch him. But again, this is quite an aggressive pace to sort of start off with. And that's Sig Rajan, so from part of 3 DSR and part of 249 Gurkha Signal Squadron. So it's fantastic to see him hunting down first place, and he's opening up a 4-second gap now from 15.6. Working down the pack then, we've got 15.6 in Team 1 in 3rd place. But then got 10.6, a tiny bit behind them. Again, averaging a very good pace, 6.11s, but just over 9 minute PFA. And then we're going to cut to the first of the 2 Signal Regiment teams, the A team, which is Corporal Baines, and he's averaging 6 minute miles. Oh, sorry, 6 20-minute miles. So a quick one then, for those of you who've got any questions about the competition, if you go onto Instagram and search RaceTheSun 2021, you'll find my account. Send us a message and I'll endeavour to read it out and answer it online. Welcome then. We are almost about to hit the first mile for the majority of competitors. 14.6 still in first place. They've just gone over the mile mark now, and they built up a 25-second lead over 10 Signal Regiment. So Sergeant Major Cook really pulling ahead and putting some time into the bank now, coming close towards half a minute. As we start to hit the first mile for the majority of competitors. He's still averaging 550s, which is a really good time, and really the top 4 or 5 are all delivering really good sort of average speed at the moment. We're now looking at 216 parachute signal squadron. That's supposed to be maroon, I can assure you. 630s as they head just over a mile, and you can see the heart rate monitor there, giving quite a high reading at the moment, so they're digging quite deep. For those of you just joining us, this is the 13.1 mile run, and we're using the Zwift platform to deliver the RaceTheSun virtual competition for 2021. The reason we've gone virtual this year is, as you would expect, as a result of the pandemic. Traditionally, we would have a multi-relay event activity competition in and around the York area. This would look like 500 or 600 service personnel descending on York. We would traditionally do 16 or 17 events, everything from log race to kayaking to mountain biking to tabbing. Clearly, with the constraints that are in place for everybody at the moment, that's just not something we can do. So what we've done is, as a technical core, we've sought to use both innovation and technical capability to deliver a virtual platform that will start to reintroduce some of those core events to our calendar and start to sort of rekindle that family bond that the core has. The way we've done then that this year is with 5 event competition, used predominantly with the Zwift application. We'll also be using Zoom, and Zoom, the conferencing facility, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, it also gives us an opportunity to cut to teams to show their effort on some of the machines and show how hard they're working. Okay, we're with 13 Signal Regiment at the moment, round about maybe just over a minute back from the race leaders. Just over a minute back from the race leaders, who are 14 Signal Regiment. Sat Major Cook's built up, coming towards a minute now over the second place 10 Sigs, so it's a really strong lead that 14 Signal Regiment have built up now. He's still averaging sub 6 minute miles. I know we're only a mile and a half in, but it's a pretty consistent pace, which is really impressive. And this is really sort of putting that unit into a good early position in the competition. For those of you wondering about what all the data is that you can see, or the information that's being displayed on the screen as you watch the stream, I'll start to explain it for you. In the main screen is obviously the competitors. And we're watching 13.6. In the top right, you can see the map of where they're going, and in the top left, you can see the heart rate and the speed of the competitor that we're watching at the moment. To the right, then you've got a list of teams, and they are essentially the competitors that are in this event and their average speeds and they're in order of position as well. So first place, you can see 14.6. Averaging sub 6 minute miles, and they've got a minute advantage now over their next competitor 10.6, who again are producing an equally impressive speed, but are just slowly falling away from 14. And then you can see there the order of all the units around the core. So hopefully, for those of you in these major units and their teams around the core, you can see your unit up on there and encourage them on. If you've got any questions about the competition itself or anything to do with the streaming, if you go onto Instagram and search RaceTheSun 2021, you'll find my profile, and send us a DM and we will answer that question live, providing it's appropriate, and give you some feedback. So anything you want to ask about how we've organised and ran this event, feel free to do that. The key part of this competition is obviously involve as many people as we can in the event. So I'd ask anybody who's watching the stream today to share it and just give everyone the opportunity to see this innovative way of running the core competition. So we're looking at W01 RSM Harvey, Baz Harvey, who's representing 39 Signal Regiments. Good to see him. Needs a haircut. I know him well, but I know him quite well. Actually, he's a particularly fit senior soldier. So he's representing 39 at the moment, and formerly of 14 Signal Regiment, where he was a Squadron Sergeant Major. An interesting link, because the current race leader is from 14 Signal Regiment, also a Sergeant Major, and that is Sergeant Major Cook. For those of you wondering who's talking at the moment, my name's Captain Ben Wellman. I am the event organiser for RaceTheSun this year on behalf of the Commanding Officer of 2 Signal Regiment, and I'll be doing your commentary today, so you'll have to put with my dulcet Yorkshire tones. Again, any questions you have about the competition, or how it's run, how we score it, how we assure it, feel free to send me a private message on Instagram. Just search RaceTheSun 2021 and send me a DM, and I'll endeavour to answer your question. Okay then, so we are coming up to 2.3 miles, or almost 2.5 miles for the race leader. You can just cut to the race leader 14.6 to see how they're getting on. And really strong performance at the moment from 14 Signal Regiment, really impressive. Breaking up quite a significant gap now over 10 Signal Regiment as they approach the 2.5 mile point. What we're going to do now then is we're going to take a short break. We're just going to cut to a recruiting video, and I'll see you shortly.
Charlie fire team, deliberate fire! Go!
I'm a sergeant instructor delivering the Corporal Army Leadership Development Program military training course, which is delivered here at 11th Signal Regiment. The course is Pan-Army, so regardless of corps, all junior NCOs now will receive equal training.
The first week comprised of building knowledge on effective communications, problem solving and decision making. These skills are the basics required for me to be an effective junior commander.
The second week focuses on basic close combat skills. This helps us as a junior NCOs develop leadership skills while working under pressure of operating in the field. The key skills developed here include assimilating and disseminating relevant information, command and control of a section, and being an effective team member.
The course is challenging both mentally and physically. However, the seniors that facilitate and deliver this course have developed my knowledge and experience. I now feel a much confident junior commander.
Welcome back to the Royal Corps Signals RaceTheSun competition for 2021, hosted by 2 Signal Regiment up here in York. If you're new to the concept of RaceTheSun, this traditionally is a multi-activity event hosted, or what would be hosted up in York, and it would see up to 30 teams, each comprising between 15 and 25 competitors, descend on York and do a number of activities throughout the day. This year, as you would expect, is a little bit different. We don't have we're not able to do that event in the same way as we would do normally due to the pandemic. So what we've looked to is we've turned to technology as a technical core to try and find an innovative way to deliver a core event, and we've settled on this. This is the platform you're watching now is called Zwift. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's a well-used platform. It's been around for about 7 or 8 years now, and it's predominantly used for cycling and running. You can use training programs on it. You can just do it to distract you from the monotony of a treadmill, or you can actually have structured, assured competitions, and that's the part of the application that we're using for today. This today is a 5-event competition using predominantly Zwift, and the first event, which is what you're viewing now, is the 13.1 mile run, and we're with now the race leader, 14 Signal Regiment, Sergeant Major Cook, who is just over the 3 mile point, and yeah, a really strong lead he is holding now with a consistent pace of a sub 6 minute miles. A little about the information you can see in front of you then. On the right hand side in green, highlighted in green, is the running order for the competition, so where the positions are live. So 14 SIGs, for example, you can see in first place at the top, and then there is a time split and minute mile pace behind them working down. So it gives you an idea, if you're watching and supporting your team in the garages or at the office, see where your team are competing and how they're doing in relation to everybody else. Up in the top left then you can see the speed, the minute per mile pace. So in this instance we're looking at 21.6. They're recording a 5:50 minute mile, really impressive sort of pace, and they are just over the 3 mile point. In terms of teams that have entered this competition this year then, we have 22 teams from 19 units or formations, and that what does that mean? It means it's 176 competitors. Each team's around 5, but the key thing is the administrative staff that are working behind the scenes to deliver this competition. It really is this year not just about being physically fit and attempting the event. It's about each team's administration and technical support to deliver this event, from calibrating the devices to maintaining the link that we all know can be unstable at time on our PEDs, to correctly logging in at the right time. There's a huge amount of risk associated, and that risk is held by each team's admin support. So it's fantastic to see in a technical core that our people have engaged with the new platform in a new way to deliver what is a firm fixture in the core calendar. Okay, we'll have a quick look at the core headquarters and Major Joe Mayhead. Doing well, just over the 2 mile point at the moment. Long way to go for Major Mayhead, so I hope she's got lots of energy gels and drinks with her, staying hydrated. She's representing the headquarters Royal Signals team, which is a mixed team. So that's one of 5 teams, and there's sort of 3. There is 3 separate categories within the competition this year. So we have the major units, which is for a unit established on and manned above 250 service personnel. Minor units for obviously those units that are under 250, and then we've got a mixed one for a male and female mixed team. So how many teams are competing in each one of those categories? Well, we have 12 in the major units, 5 in the minor units, and 5 in the mixed. And there's a couple of units that have actually put more than one team in, which is fantastic to see. 2 Signal Regiment have entered 3, and 15 Signal Regiment have entered 2. So it's great to see that some units really buying into this. Okay, so welcome if you just joined us. This is the RaceTheSun competition for 2021. This is event 1, 13.1 mile run, and we're about just over 3 miles now into it for the majority of the competitors, and you're watching the B team from 2 Signal Regiments. So B team 2 Signal Regiment. That's Sig Azif from 219 Squadron. So he's averaging really impressive 7-minute miles, just over. As we go over the 3, as he's a third of the way through the pushing towards 4 miles, and yeah, performing well for the B team. Okay, so what we're going to look at now is the C team, and on your stream you can see the Zoom stream that we've got here at 2 Signal Regiment in York, and that shows all 3 teams competing. We've got Cottle Baines, who's our A team competitor, furthest right. In the middle, got Sig Azif, and then we've got the 3rd team member over on the left. So looking at the positioning then, 14 Signal Regiment still holding first place. Aggressive, consistent pace of around 550s, and a steady heart rate, as you can see from the top right corner there as well. 21 Sigs are pushing up now, a really good pace. Slight issue with their heart rate monitor, which they're working through, but a strong, aggressive pace that they're holding at the moment, which is good to see. And these two are really, the pace they're holding, which has been consistent from the beginning, is starting to put time into a lot of the other teams now. The next sort of batch of teams are hovering around the 6 to 6:30 minute mile mark, which is very, very good and very fast. But you know, those top 2 teams are really creating a break now. 13, in fact, are holding a similar sort of pace, 550s, and that's the standard really that we're seeing to be winning this event at the moment. So once again, a plea, if you've got any questions for me or the hosting unit 2 Signal Regiment, just go on to Instagram, search RaceTheSun 2021 and send me a DM, and I will answer your question or reply to any one of my posts, the Race the Sun oriented posts, with a question, and I'll reply to you. Okay then, as well as questions, I'm happy to do a few shout outs from teams encouraging their teams along then. So first one is a shout out from Staff Sergeant Jimmy Romance Machin, wishing all the very best for the 11th Signal Regiment team. They're performing really well at the moment, so it's hopefully they'll continue to perform well on this 13.1 mile race. Okay then, in a moment we'll be cutting over to a short clip from our core recruiters, and when we come back we will see how everyone's getting on as we're approaching, for many of them, the for the earliest, the front runners will be approaching the 5 mile point.
Charlie, follow baseline! Up!
As a section commander within 4 Military Training Squadron, I am responsible for the delivery of Foundation 1. As an instructor, my roles include lesson preparation and delivery of all Foundation 1 subject matter to recruits undertaking initial trait training. It is my job to ensure recruits are coached and mentored throughout the course. We do this by putting them through their paces and making sure they are competent at operating tactical CIS in a combat environment. We are here to create combat communicators.
Moving!
My job is extremely rewarding and allows me to be that role model for the next generation joining the Corps.
Okay, welcome back. We are watching the race leader, 14 Signal Regiment, and also on your stream you can see the live stream of the race leader as well, looking very comfortable at 550 minute miles, which is pretty impressive to say the least. And that talent and physical fitness has given him a 50-second lead almost over the next closest team, which is 21.6. That information that I've just reeled off there, you can see on your screen. In the green sort of rectangle on the right, you can see the position of all your units, under each unit you've got a plus or minus time, and that's the time gap between each competitor. So, give an example: 14 Signal Regiment first place, 21.6 with a 47 second gap second, and then a minute 40 behind them are 13 Signal Regiment. So some really impressive sort of times at the moment. we're now going to look at 71 SIGs. So reservist unit based out in London, and we have Lieutenant Dawes, who's competing for them today, sporting a nice beard and glasses. 8:21s. So again, for a half marathon, if anyone's done one, that is it's a good, consistent pace. It's not easy to do a half marathon. Outdoors is challenging. On a treadmill is very difficult. And what makes it a little bit harder is the environmental factors, such as not having the cool breeze, the downhill terrain and variable terrain. Be able to stop and get a breather as you cross a road, for example. On a treadmill, it's pretty relentless and it gets hot very quickly. So all the teams are having to deal with that challenging environment to do a half marathon. It is quite difficult. Every team's done their own risk assessment, so they've looked at how they can minimise the risk of heat injury as they compete, and so a lot of them have done things like reposition the machines to encourage fresh air to get through, and they've also encompassed things like fans and aircon units, etc. All of them in an attempt to just to sort of keep the competitors as in optimal condition. There's no gradient that we've applied to this event, so although you can see the virtual terrain, there's hills in it. On the we've not insisted they do that on the on this particular leg. So everyone's treadmill is set to 0%, and it's just a case of they hold the pace that they can roll with. That'll change when we go on to event 2, as we move on to the watt bike and the road race, and that's where the gradient on the virtual game will play a key part. And it's really interesting there where an individual's weight will pay a significant or make a significant effect on the performance of the individual. Zwift operates, when it comes to racing, road racing, it uses an algorithm that calculates your speed based on your weight and your power output. And obviously a heavier cyclist could potentially put out a greater amount of power through the pedals than someone lighter. However, gravity takes over when they get to the hills. So really, when we get on to event 2 and also event 4 on the mountain bike stage, you'll see strong cyclists who are maybe a little bit heavier really being pinned back by the more lightweight soldiers who are maybe not as strong. So it should be quite interesting. Event 3 then I'll just talk about is going to be the row, the virtual row, and what we're going to do is we're going to use a Zoom conference facility for that. It's not something we can use Zwift for, so what we've done is we're using the Zoom conference. So what you'll see when you view that event is a series of Zoom screens like you would do if you were in your unit having a Zoom work conference. And what we'll do is we'll measure their team's transition for each kilometre, and that'll be a 10k race. The final event of the day then that I haven't mentioned yet is the 8-mile Bergen Tab, or for many people it'll be the Bergen Run, and that's with 15 kilos away, and that's going to be on a treadmill, and it'll look like what you can see now, which is it'll look like a Zwift run. It's just that the competitors will be obviously having a Bergen on the back with 15 kilos. And what we'll do when we stream it is we'll bring in the Zoom screen a lot more on the stream, so you can kind of see the pain that everyone's going through as they look to sort of consolidate or consolidate their position in the final event. If you're unsure about how the scoring works for the competition, it's a cumulative time from all events. So the time that we get from this event now will be added to the each team's time for event 2, 3, 4 and 5. And when we add that all together at the end of the day, put simply, the team with the lowest time is the winner. There's 3 separate events or categories that they can join in the competition: major unit, minor unit and mixed. And to be a major unit then you've got to be in a unit manned over 250 service personnel, minor obviously under 250, and mixed, a mixture of male and female. And to give you an idea of how many teams are competing in each one of those, we've got 12 teams competing in the major, 5 in the minor and 5 in the mix. So it's quite a healthy competition.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
Okay, we're now viewing 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, Lance Corporal Morgan. Fantastic backdrop there in SHQ. Only issue with a backdrop like that is it gets pretty warm in that room. I've been there myself. So, but fantastic effort from 216 over in Colchester. Okay, so those of you watching the screen at the moment, we are following 3DSR, my old unit down in Bulford, and this is another one of my old units, 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, and wearing a pink shirt today, but it would absolutely been given, if they were given the choice, be maroon, quite rightly, and pushing out a really strong pace of sub 7 minute miles, which as we go towards the 6.7 mile point, really impressive pace in warm, challenging conditions. And it just feels the right time to cut to a short advert, which will be a 216 Parachute Signal Squadron recruiting one. Enjoy. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that video. We've got a few more of them from different units and also core recruiting ones that we're going to sort of put in throughout the day just to keep things nice and interesting. And we're back with 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, who I talked about before. We'll head up to the race leaders now. And it's still 14 Signal Regiment. Sergeant Major Cook, absolutely leading by example, still holding that sub 6 minute pace, really strong. As he pushes towards the 7 mile point now, should be hitting that soon. Sizable gap now over the next closest team, 21.6, with a pretty steady 47 seconds. It's kind of staying around that. It's been certainly under a minute now for the majority of the race, but it's 21 just aren't able to pull them back at the moment. Running for 21 Signal Regiment, we have Captain Tucker. So really strong performance from him, and then a little bit further behind them we've got the first of two 15 Signal Regiment teams. Okay, on the stream now then we've got Army Foundation College Harrogate. Fantastic to see our the only training establishment on the competition this year join. The college is actually a regular participant in the competition, primarily due to geographical location. About 40 minutes away from York, they often come down and participate, so it was great to see them participate this year. Really busy for them up at the moment, as you would expect in phase 1, so it's fantastic to see Corporal Barham being able to participate for the Foundation College and get amongst it. So congratulations for getting the team in, and all the very best to the college for the competition. So we're with 10 Signal Regiment at the moment, and leg 1's been ran by Lance Corporal Crow. 6 30-minute miles, really impressive as we go over 10k, well over 10k's, pushing towards 7 miles. What a pace to hold for that long, it's fantastic. As you can see from his heart rate that you can all see in the top left, really in the red now. So it'll be interesting to see whether Lance Corporal Crow can keep that effort going as we get over the sort of halfway point. So for those of you who want me to pass on words of encouragement to any teams, feel free to move on to Instagram and search RaceTheSun 2021. You'll see my beautiful face, and feel free to send me a DM or comment to any one of the RaceTheSun orientated posts. I'll get a notification, I'll answer your question, or I'll give you a shout out. Of course I will. More than happy to do that. Okay, for those of you just joining us, this is the Royal Corps Signals RaceTheSun competition for 2021. We are running it virtual this year, obviously due to the pandemic. So we have 22 teams from 19 formations or units around the Corps, but not exclusively as part of the Corps. So we have other competitors such as Strensall Station, just at the other side of York, and the Army Foundation College up at Harrogate, and also 11 Signal Brigade as well. So an eclectic mix of experience and competitors. This is open to all age categories, gender-free competition. You know, it really is open to everyone. So as a result, we've got signallers all the way through to late entry officers who probably shouldn't really be exercising that much, a bit by myself. The competition itself then is split into 3 categories: major unit, which is for those units that have over 250 service personnel on strength; minor units for those under 250; and then mixed teams, which is male and female mix. They and for the mixed teams, they can choose whatever leg they want to and to participate in whatever gender it genuinely is. Absolutely up to the team captain. How it looks then, from an organisational perspective this year to other years, is the normal RaceTheSun competition would be 100% administered fully by 2 Signal Regiment. Everything from accommodation, t-shirts, transportation, everything would be done by the teams. This year, when you apply the force health protection measures, the constraints that we are all bound by at the moment, what that actually looks like to run an event like this is really interesting. It means that a lot of the administration needs to be done remotely. There is a greater emphasis on teams to self-help and to provide technical support themselves. So where you would normally need quite a small administrative team, really this year that is significantly larger. You need technical expertise to be able to log in effectively, maintain the stream, work through minor glitches and issues that do occur, and you need to, and it needs to be right every single time. One team failing to follow a number of sequenced activities on time can absolutely result in their event competitor not being able to start the race, and essentially the worst case scenario then is that team could become non-competitive. So there's a lot of pressure on the behind the scenes administrative team this year, which I think really is one of the key sort of points that I'd like to raise. Of course, to compete itself, you need to be physically fit or able to compete the event itself, and it's great to see such a broad range of abilities attempting to compete today. It's no mean feat to do a half marathon, especially when you're on the inside of a building, and The treadmills are all located in the gyms, which if you spent any time on a treadmill or on a watt bike, you'll know gets very hot very quickly. So it's certainly a little bit more challenging. You're watching event 1, so this is a 13.1 mile race. Event 2 then it'll be starting around about 10:30, and that'll be the 20-mile road bike race. That'll be conducted on watt bikes, which you're all familiar with in the gym, and every single unit will have have access to the watt bike, and that's in order to make the event fair for everybody. They'll all be wearing heart rate monitors, and they'll all have their correct weight added to them. So we've created a level playing field for all the competitors using equipment that's equal to us all. Okay, so we're looking at the race leader, 14.6 still. Fantastic, genuinely fantastic performance. Still 550s averaging pace. Heart rate's creeping up a little bit now, so an indication of a little bit of fatigue creeping in. But to be fair, as we approach, as we start coming up to the 8.5 mile point, it's looking very, very strong. 21.6 firmly in second place. And as you know, the chipping away at the time, but they're not really able to get it under the half-minute mark at the moment. So I think it's a reasonably stable position that. And then you've got 15.6 are a little bit further back, but again, a strong pace at the moment. They're really having a push to try and get back into it, as are 13.6 as well. Outside of those top 5. We've got a bunch of teams that are averaging between sort of 6:20s and sort of 6:40 minute miles, which for a short 5-mile run is really impressive. But when you consider that it's indoors in hot conditions and it's 8.4 miles for some of them, it's phenomenal. Really is a phenomenal performance by a lot of teams. So for those of you who are wondering how long RaceTheSun competition's been going, it started back in 1994, and I am informed by a veteran of our corps that it was initially designed as a way to measure readiness and the physical robustness of soldiers within the unit without having to deploy out on an exercise. It's obviously just grown legs and become a firm favourite in the corps calendar. And this year it's the 28th RaceTheSun. For the mathematicians amongst you, you'll realise that we're missing 2, and there's 2 years that were missed. First of all was back in 2017 due to the Manchester bombing. Police security assets were obviously diverted quite rightly, and then obviously last year with the pandemic. So this is our 28th RaceTheSun. What we'll do now then is, in a moment, we'll cut to a short break, and when we come back, we'll pick it up with the race leader and see how 14.6 is getting on.
Front left. Quick front left. Let's go. Yeah. Front left. Yeah. Come on, go. Get the hands up. Let's go. Fire. Leave it there. Rio.
We've come here last week to prepare for the new Foundation 1 course, which will be starting to run in March.
We've had a week of lessons, so we've had the first couple of days we did some BCS lessons, basic close combat skill lessons, for 2 days. And then we've moved on to communications lessons. We did communications recce's of potential staff working environment sites. And then we moved on to a round robin where we had one section working in the staff working environment and the other section doing a round robin of stands on the training area, testing their soldier skills. Progressed on to a final attack at the end where they're tested on the very end with their sort of communications and soldier skills.
Taught them the skills they require to live and survive and to fight in this environment and to communicate. We've built them up He then increased the tempo of the exercise, he made it more challenging, and we finished with a fully tactical exercise. Ultimately, we instill significant confidence into these young NCOs so that they can go from here and take the next generation of Royal Signal soldiers and prepare them for fighting future war.
I've just gained so much knowledge, just from basic military skills to operating skills. You can only learn so much in the classroom, but doing it practically, it just makes life so much easier, so then when you're in the field, you're more prepared.
The most challenging part for me was the weather element, but apart from that, I think it was all right.
I think it's really sowing a seed for the instructors that we tested on this exercise, for what is required on Foundation 1. They've got to understand the trade, absolutely, but they've got to remember that they're soldiers.
Okay, welcome back. We're with second place 21 Signal Regiment on the 13.1 mile run. So 21.6 then, Captain Tucker picked up the pace now. So 5:30s, just over 5:30s, and that is a pace, if it can keep it, will start to pull in 14.6. And you know what? For the first time in the race so far, it's under 30-second gap now between him and 14.6, and it's dropping. And it'd be really interesting to see now whether 14 Signal Regiment can respond. And in fact, you can see on the stream that he has picked up his pace, and it's really going to be an interesting battle now between the two.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
So 21.6 now have noticeably picked up the pace, and as a result, they are down to 24-second gap behind 14, and it is dropping. Looking for 14.6 to respond, but the question we've got to have now is that sort of Sat Major Cup starting to go into the red a little bit now as we approach the 9.5 mile point. Equally, 15.6 have responded, and so have 13, with a pick up in the pace now, and they're starting to claw back 14.6 now. So a sense that it's about 14 trying to hold the pace and limit the time that they're going to lose to the other teams now. Remember, this is a 13.1 mile race, so 3.6 miles for 14, and he's averaging just under 6 minute miles, so he's slowed slightly, but he's going to have to respond to the second and third place pick-up times, and hopefully his team captains are back briefing him that now. So we're going to stay with him a little bit, because I suspect as we drop below the 19 second now gap, that he's really going to have to start dialing it up, and then shortly on the map we should see 21.6 catch up. In fact, you can just see them now starting to close in on them, so it should be really interesting to see what happens once 21.6 catch 14, whether they kick straight on or whether they just do a small pause, stay with 14, regain and then kick again. Okay, so with the race leader 14.6, and he is holding sub 6 minutes with 6-minute miles, but that gap over 21.6 is reduced and it's down to 14 seconds now. Right, we're going to go to 21.6 now, so I think it's really interesting where they're going with the race. So we're live with 21.6, and just in front of them is 14.6, absolutely in their crosshairs now. Captain Tucker is reining in Sam Major Cook, and he is averaging 30 seconds per mile quicker, and he has done for quite a period of time now. Really impressive to see whether, I guess, he kicks on straight past him, or whether he does a short pause to sort of consolidate and before kicking on again. So it'll be interesting to watch the next few moments and see what happens. Front two then are pretty much passing the 10-mile point now, so they've got just over 3 miles to go, which at their current pace, 17 minutes, 16, 17 minutes. So really, really impressive time. On the live stream then you can see Captain Tucker, really strong, doesn't look fatigued at all in his racing sort of posture. Not somebody who I think is showing any sort of indications of excessive fatigue at the moment. The gap now between 21 and 14 almost wiped out. 3 seconds. 14 in terms of pace are just not responding.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
And that's it, 21 into the lead. So it was going to go one of two ways. He was either going to pause and do a regain or kick straight on, and he's kicking straight on, and he's holding that 5:30 pace. So we're going to watch 14 a little bit now and see whether they respond. So there is a response. He was averaging 650s. He's gone to 640s as a Sam Major Cook, but he's going to have to go a little bit quicker. So, got a question from Instagram then, and the question is about do 14.6 and 2-on-6 have a video feed? And love to see them stomping with their maroon t-shirts. Yeah, well, we do a video feed. Yes, it's been delivered via Zoom that you've seen throughout the feed this morning. That's going to be something to continue. As much as those of you who are like the maroon, as much as you'd like to see them in the maroon t-shirts, a lot of them will be wearing the RaceTheSun t-shirts, which come in a variety of different colours. But I can tell you that 2-on-6 are wearing the maroon t-shirt, and in a moment we'll see if we can, the next few moments, we'll see if we can have a look at them for you. So with 14, and they are slowly dropping away from 21 now, which is Captain Tucker. Fantastic pace, obviously, sub 6 minute miles. But the next issue now is 15-16-1. They are pulling out 520s, 530s, and are now starting to rein in 14-6. So the question now is, did 14 go a little bit too hard too early as we get towards the closing stages? It's still the top 5 teams that have got the gap over everybody else. Certainly after 13-6, you're looking at a significant gap between the next sort of group of teams who are all averaging impressive 6.5 minute miles, but that gap is there, and that will really put, and so those top teams of 21, 14, 15 team 1, 13 and 10, they are your they are the teams who are making an early sort of challenge for the major units competition. Okay, so on the screen now, we've got dual screen going on, bit of zoom. So we've got 15-16-1 and 14-6 live streaming, and then obviously you've got the Zwift app on the right of the screen. So this is absolutely no walk in the park from an administrative perspective. A lot of the teams have got to deal with all manner of technical issues to make today work, and that can range from treadmills cutting out to natural breaks for the competitors, to devices failing. It's all part and parcel of virtual racing, and it is common in the virtual racing scene. And you know, here at 2 Signal Regiment as the race organisers, technical support here are guiding and mentoring the teams through as they work through problems. It's great to see that the technical teams have engaged in all the rehearsals that we did prior to this today. We did a total of 5 rehearsals, and we've managed to equip a lot of the teams with technical knowledge to self-help and resolve the issues themselves. But you will see, as we go through today, technical glitches that teams work through, and what it really says is it's not all about physical fitness. It's about our innovation and our technical skill set to work through problems as quickly as possible and get our competitors back in the race. And that's really the beauty about what this competition represents today. For some of us, it maybe not the race leaders at this pace now, but for some people, almost getting on the running machine is the easy bit. All the risks for the teams are held by the technical support. So what we're doing now is we are looking at 15-16-1, and what they've done is saved quite a significant bit of energy for the last couple of miles, and is what a push now. 5:20s, so phenomenal effort, and as a result, they've put 20 seconds into 14.6, and they are pulling down. They're pulling in 21 at a rate of knots. And this is really interesting now as we go towards inside the last 2 miles. It's we're looking at what, maybe 11 minutes effort now. It's whether 21.6 with Captain Tucker can bury himself and hold that what is a 10-second gap, or whether 15 Signal Regiment A team. So quick check who that is, Lance Corporal Marsh. Whether he can sustain this blistering pace for another 10 minutes. 14 in third, but no one's getting close to them. really, and behind 13.6 a sizable gap. So this is these top 5 teams, as I said before, 21, 15, 14, 13 and 10. These are the major unit competitors who are making a stake for that category. If you're just joining us, this is the RaceTheSun competition. We've been going for since 7:30. The race started, so it's probably due to we'll probably see the first competitor starting to finish in about 10 minutes, and then we'll work through the watching each competitor come over the line. The cumulative time then from all 5 events that we'll do will decide the winner in one of 3 categories. So major unit, minor unit, and mixed team. The top 5 teams that you're watching on your screen at the moment, over in the green box on the right, they are all major unit teams. Your first mixed team then is 15th Signal Regiment Team 2, and then your first minor team is Foundation College Harrogate. Foundation College Harrogate often provide a really strong performance in RaceTheSun. A lot of their competitors are assistant PTIs or PT Corps, so physically very fit. So they are a competitive team. However, they are going up against 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, who often dominate this competition. So it'll be interesting to see, certainly with the Bergen race, how 216 compete with Foundation College in the minor units. The mixed one is a bit more interesting. The rules for the mixed category are it's got to have male and females in. However, whatever composition and whatever events you choose to put those genders into is absolutely fine, and it's of a team choice. So there is games to play with it. Where do you put each gender to achieve best effect, and in which event is carefully considered, and it will make for a really interesting competitive. Well, it will make for a really interesting competition. Wow, 15.6 now in the lead. Phenomenal pace as we enter the last 1.1 mile. So 15.6 in first place, 21.6 in second. They've picked up their pace to 5.15s, which is blistering, but they're getting dropped. They're getting dropped by 15, who are, sign this person up for army running. So these two are really putting in a phenomenal pace. But remember, this is about a cumulative time over 5 events, and this is just one event. So you can perform well in this first event, but if you have a weaker run, if you have a weaker tab or a row, or there's 2 separate rides, that minute advantage can be wiped out very, very quickly. It really can. And that's a good time to mention, talking about event 2. Event 2 will start at 10:30, and that will be a 20-mile road race, and there is a lot more tactics involved with cycling on Zwift than there is with running. The gradient plays a part in road cycling. It doesn't on Zwift running, so all the treadmills are set to 0% incline. When you go on the watt bike, the Zwift has an algorithm that determines your speed based on your weight and your power output, and also factors in the gradient, which you can see depicted up in the top left-hand corner on the top right-hand corner on the map. This will produce and this will create a Zwift speed. So you may have an extremely powerful cyclist on event 2 who's a little bit heavier, and they will be at a disadvantage or have to work significantly harder to generate the same speed as someone who's lighter. So it will be interesting to see how that works out. So with 21.6 at the moment, and and we're just going to switch to the race leader 15.6, who's absolutely in the red, flat out now, and coming to the last 0.6 of a mile. they've now got almost 20 seconds over 21.6, who are, you know, they're holding a phenomenal pace, but it's just not quick enough to keep up with 15. 14 Signal Regiment, consistently fast. We're up until about the 6 mile, well, up to about the 7 mile point, we're doing 550s. And they just, you know, Sam Major Cook's just not being able to keep up with those first two teams, but he's still delivering a phenomenal 610s, and he's you know, doing really, really well. However, 13.6, who've kind of been sat around 4th, 5th place for quite a while, they're now picking up the pace and are closing in with 14.6. So if we can go to 13.6, we'll just see what happens. And yeah, we're seeing now 13 Signal Regiment going past 14, and this is probably going to be the running order for the top 5, I suspect, unless someone really explodes. The gap now between 14 and 22 is significant. So these top 5 teams, all major unit competitors, are your front runners, and are absolutely the main teams for the major unit competition. So 13 are holding a strong pace. They're not going to, on the current pace, they're not going to catch 21. There's just two, they're just not. So I think what we're seeing there is a consolidated position of 13 in 3rd place. And 14 are just not able to respond. So it looks like they're going to sit in 4th. So at current pace, at the current pace everyone's doing, we're looking like 15.6 are going to win this. 21.6 are probably going to come 2nd, 13.6 3rd, 14.6 4th, and then 22 in 5th. Those teams I've just read out, they're looking at, they've put probably 5 minutes into the next bunch of teams. So that's a good advantage to take into event 2, which will be the 20-mile road race. The 20-mile road race in rehearsals, if you're pretty decent, if you're pretty okay on a bike, you'll be looking at under an hour. So that gives you now an idea of how long that race will last. And then we're going on to event 3. It starts at 12:30. That's a 10k row. That's looking, if you're average to reasonable fitness, 45 to 50 minutes. We're back on the mountain bike in the afternoon, but on an off-road route, so we're looking at an hour for probably 45 minutes to an hour for the 15-mile race. And then the big one at the end, which will be the 8-mile tab. You know, if you 8-mile tab, 15 kilos, so what used to be the old AFT race and distance. So you'd like to think all the competitors will come in under 2 hours, but those ones are quick. You know, we've seen people do 1 hour 20. So really, there's some big time differences can get made up on that last event simply because of the time we're expecting people to take some people. So I think event 5 you could see some massive swings, and that's due to start at 1600. Okay, so 15 Signal Regiment, A team have won event 1. Second place was 21 Signal Regiment, and we're now with 14.6, who are about to, 13.6, who are going to finish 3rd shortly. We're now watching 14. So 13.6 have got 0.2 of a mile left. You may be asking yourself why we're not viewing those as they finish the race. For streaming purposes, we need to not follow the competitor as they cross the line, as it makes it more difficult for us to coordinate the stream. So we'll always sort of stay a little bit behind the person about to cross the line. The results, if you want to see, will be displayed via a holding screen once the event finishes, but I will not be telling you the times. In order to keep the suspense going, we'll put your positions of the units, but we won't be telling you the times as we go through, just so it makes it a little bit more exciting as we go into the race results, which will be starting about 19:30 hours and be announced by the commanding officer of 2 Signal Regiment. What are you trying to charge? Use that. So we're now looking at the next group of teams, and 15 Signal Regiment Team 2. We're with them because that's the first team in the mixed category. So they'll be leading the mixed category. The first minor units team that we have is the Army Foundation College, Harrogate. So and they're all averaging sub 6:30s for pretty much the whole half marathon, for a very strong pace. The main bulk of competitors now are sort of inside the last mile of the 13.1 mile race. The next event, if you're wondering, then it will be displayed via a holding slide once our competitors are across the line. But it's at 10:30 and it'll be a 20-mile Zwift. So this platform road race cycling, and that will be really interesting. There's quite a bit going on in that. We have segments like what you're familiar with Strava. So we have a King of the Hill or sprints segment, which attracts a 20-minute award if you win it. You've got the option from competitors to choose different bikes, which gives different advantages, which I'll explain a little bit later. So it's a little bit more tactical. We've set drafting to be on. So for anyone who does cycle, tucking in behind someone allows you to move quicker with less energy. Well, we've activated that. That's a live feature in Zwift, and we're going to use, and that will be available to all riders. So what you'll see is a lot more tactics in play on event 2, but it'll be quite tight. We expect 20 miles, a lot of competitors to be finishing within the hour. So there's not going to be huge gaps, I suspect, for the majority of riders on the event 2. It's going to be minutes and seconds, but when you look at the top 5 teams that have come across, that's all that's split at the moment, so it should be really interesting.
Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
So watching the first mixed team, 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, and 15-6, to be fair, have done really well. Their Team 1 was performed really well, and Team 2 mixed is performing really well as well. So with 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, we're about to finish, so we're going to change off them so they don't cross the line. And we're now with the lead unit from the mixed category. That's Army Foundation College, Harrogate. They're regular competitors on the RaceTheSun competition. Purely because of geographical location, they're about 40 minutes away. So it's great to see them participating this year in the virtual. They're almost due to finish now, so it's 3.1 miles the race. So some of you are asking about how what sensors we use to enable the speed to be recorded correctly. And what we've done is the 2 Signal Regiment have issued each team a polar foot pod. It's all exactly the same one, and also a heart rate monitor as well. And what we've done is we've given them clear instructions on how to calibrate each one of these sensors. So the onus is absolutely on the teams to do this, and that enables their teams their speed to be accurately reflected. And so it really is up to the technical support of each unit to get that calibration and to get that IT support slick and working. And we've done that through a series of rehearsals. Okay, welcome to the closing stages of RaceTheSun competition 2021 event 1. That's the this is a 13.1 mile half marathon delivered virtually via Zwift and administered via the Discord popular gaming app for administration. The race organisers then are a technical team of the 2 Signal Regiment, and you listen to Captain Ben Wellman, and I'm the event organiser on behalf of the commanding officer of 2 Signal Regiment. Event 1 then started at 7:30 this morning, and we're just watching the last few competitors get over who've delivered a really impressive result. Doing a half marathon is no easy challenge, and certainly when you do it on a treadmill in a warm, stuffy gym, it is particularly difficult and offers up different challenges. The next event will be the 20-mile road race, which starts at 10:30, and that's going to be on the Zwift bike. So what will that look like? Well, for those for those teams, they'll be on the watt bikes, which are available to all MOD gymnasiums in the Corps. So we'll be, and that's in order to create an equal and fair training competition for everybody. To explain the sort of equipment from an assurance perspective for Event 1, everyone's had a foot pod, which they need to calibrate their race pace prior to starting. And if they do that, when they run, their foot pod pace will be represented on the treadmill pace, and that's how we can get an accurate race. It sometimes takes the teams a few attempts to get this right, and for those that do, they will get an accurate reflection of the race, of their race pace on the race. We're currently watching 216 Parachute Signal Squadron. Almost about to finish now. They're the second of the minor units, I believe. So watching the final teams coming across the line then. We've got, still running at the moment, we've got 15 Signal Regiment, 39 6, 71, 11 6 mixed, 2 Signal Regiment C team, which is a mixed team, and then we've got Corps Headquarters, which is a mixed team as well. So a number of mixed teams together. So it's going to be really close for the mixed teams as we close Event 1, which will be really interesting to see how that competition unfolds. It's up to the team captains then to decide where each competitor, male or female, strength lies in terms of the events, and use those attributes to best effect. So in terms of live stream and commentary then, what you'll find is once all the competitors across the results across the line, we will compile the results, and on a holding screen we will give the top 5 finishers from the competition. We'll put that on a holding screen so you can all see. We won't be putting the times. We want to keep the anticipation going and the competition going. So we won't be giving the times, and then we'll also put an MEL on for the next timing. So for those of you who've been listening or just joined us, next event is a 20-mile road race, and that starts at 10:30 on this live stream. This live stream will stay open. We'll just put, like I say, a number of holding screens that will just rotate through, so you can stay on the same link. I'm going to go to the questions, so feel free to pose any questions you want for me via the live stream, and I'm happy to answer them. Equally, I'm happy to give shout outs to the teams as well as they go through each event. We're with the 2 Signal Regiment C team now, finishing off last few competitors. I believe there are a lot of mixed teams, and there's 5 mixed teams in the event. So although they are the last remaining teams to cross a line, they are absolutely in their own competition for the mixed teams event, so it's really interesting that we look at the close times. It is quite close, the times that they've got, so it should be interesting as we go into the other events. So we're just finishing off the closing teams now. The majority of these teams now are the mixed categories. So we've got 12 teams in the major units, 5 teams in the mixed, 5 teams in the minor units, and the majority of the ones that are running at the moment are the mixed categories, which is its own competition in itself. The race, if you just joined us, is a 13.1 half marathon virtual run on the treadmill, and it is by no means an easy event. The treadmill offers up environmental challenges. It's in a gym, it's warm, it's hot, it's monotonous, it's on a treadmill, so it is very much a different experience to perhaps running out on the road with the fresh air blowing in your face. If you miss the results, then we had a fantastic competition with 5 teams averaging some fantastic, majority of times sub 6 minute pace. That included 13-6, 14-6, 15 Signal Regiment A team and 21 Signal Regiment. They were the front runners, and the results are going to get put up shortly via a holding screen. Okay, if you're just logging in then, we are just finishing off the last few competitors for event 1 of RaceTheSun. A lot of them are mixed, so although they're towards the end of the pack, they are absolutely in competition with each other, and the 5 members, and some of these teams are in the mixed event are only are competing with each other in their own category, so it's really close in itself. It's a 13.1 mile run, so the majority of them they're coming up to the end now.
I'm Major Colin Northridge. I'm the officer commanding of 3 Harrogate Squadron, which is part of the 11th Royal School of Signals Signal Regiment. And today we're deployed out in Lulworth training area as part of exercise Harrogate Folly.
Harrogate Folly is an exercise where we revise and enhance our skills as soldiers.
Harrogate Folly prepares me for PNCO, which I will be doing at the end of my course, so that I can get up the ranks and become Lance Corporal, and then hopefully I'll go into my junior NCO after that when I've reached my unit.
It's been a busy weekend. From Friday we occupied the harbour area, and then on Saturday we went for an event of cereals. We started off with section attacks and then we moved on to a Kazovac, and from there we did sea pairs.
Favourite part of the exercise was the final attack, which we done today. I really enjoyed it because I felt like the teamwork we'd prepared had finally worked correctly, the way we had planned out to be. It just got me really excited in the morning when we woke up really early.
Welcome back. We are just finishing off the event 1, the 13.1 mile race. If you just joined us, it's with 2 Signal Regiment C team. So they put 3 teams in this year, and this third team we're watching is the mixed event, mixed category entry. There's 5 teams entering the mixed category entry, so it's really competitive. The other 2 events are major units for those who've got more than 250 soldiers, minor units for under 250. And we've got 12 teams entered the major units, 5 in the minor and 5 in the mixed. So it really is competitive across all 3 categories. The first competitors then, the first teams, should I say, that finished were 15 Signal Regiment A team, followed by 21, then 13, and then 14. So, and they were significantly ahead. I'd say probably about 5 minutes ahead of the next sort of leading pack of a main bunch of 4 signals units. They averaged, I mean, to be honest, the top 5 were averaging sub 6 minute miles. Really impressive pace, and they cranked that up even faster for the last couple of miles. So it was a phenomenal effort from some really talented runners around the Corps. And even in the middle of the pack, a lot of them were 7 minute miles. So yeah, it's fantastic. If you're wanting to see the final results, they will be displayed in terms of position for the top 5 once the last competitor crosses the line. That'll be in the form of a holding screen. And from there, then we'll be looking forward to event 2, which starts at 10:30, and that's the road bike race on the swim, the same platform Zwift. If you've never seen Zwift before, then it's a virtual app that allows participants to run and cycle, and it's a great training tool. It can allow people to train without the monotony of sat on a treadmill or what like, but it can also have, certainly the last couple of years, it can have structured, assured, fair races, and that's the part of the game we have used for this year's RaceTheSun competition. The way we assure it then is we use foot pods and heart rate sensors, and we also use Zoom conferencing. So here at the 2 Signal Regiment we have a technical hub set up, and we are viewing everybody on the Zoom conference to make sure that they are not jumping off and swapping with somebody else. We're making sure that the foot pod sensors are calibrated, or the teams are instructed on how to calibrate them, and we ensure that everyone logs in on time so that everyone's got the same advantage, and we've made it as fair as possible. And there's a level of assurance that we conduct for each event. There's an integrity issue, as you would expect. You know, ultimately we need the teams to be honest about some aspects of the data that they enter to participate in this, and that's why we've asked for team captains and an assistant PTI with each team to assure the data they enter is correct and in accordance with the guidelines that we've laid out. The stream that you've got then is really the shop window for the competition. It's a way for all of the core community, both serving and veterans, to involve themselves in what is one of the firm calendars favourites in the core calendar. Normally we would see 500-600 service personnel descend on York for RaceTheSun around this time every year, and obviously because of the pandemic we can't do that, so this year we've gone virtual. And the aspiration is that if this method of streaming and delivery works, then in future perhaps we could involve our deployed service personnel around the globe and get them involved in core activities instead of it just being home-based units. And so there's lots of upshots that I've no doubt will get units and people thinking about how we can exploit this technology. It also gives us an opportunity to reach out to the veteran community. So we've injected the stream with videos at various points, recruit videos. So our equipment, our people, and some of the opportunities that are available to our corps are visible to our veteran community. So it's a great opportunity. And we've also got some videos from that some units have offered up, and it's a fantastic insight from a recruiting perspective for some of the specialist units that we have in the corps, like 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, and also the Warfighting Division's own Signal Regiment 3DSR. So for those of you who are serving and you're fancying a different experience in the corps, hopefully the short videos that we play throughout the day will give you an insight into what you could, the the experience you could have and the opportunities that you could grab by volunteering to serve at those units. If you've got any questions about the competition itself, or you'd like to give a shout out to your team, I'm happy to do that. Just go on to Instagram, search RaceTheSun 2021 and send me a direct message, and I'm happy to give you a sort of shout out or answer your questions.
Before joining the Royal Signals, I was involved in an apprenticeship, which was neither exciting nor challenging. The Royal Signals has given me the opportunity to complete a Level 4 diploma in network engineering. I've completed basic training recently and I'm about to continue my training at a Level Signal Regiment, building the foundations of my apprenticeship.
Prior to joining the Royal Signals, I worked in the apprenticeship industry, placing people on IT-based apprenticeships. Having the knowledge of many apprenticeships available, also understanding the direction of the Royal Signals and where the Corps is progressing, I was keen to become a signal soldier to be part of the constant challenge that this learning journey would take me on.
I compare my engineering apprenticeships with my civilian friends who are at university, developing large student debts. I'm learning new life skills that are transferable to any line of work. I work in a different environment weekly, which makes the apprenticeships more exciting, and I earn more than the average apprentice.
Developing as a Royal Signal soldier Learning to engineer and operate networks in the challenging environments all over the world encourages me to progress further.
In just 2 weeks, I've conducted classroom-based learning, developing the fundamentals of the equipment I'll be required to engineer, then switching focus to operating and firing different weapon systems, also developing my basic soldering skills.
With my experience so far, the apprenticeships the Signals offer are interesting, challenging, and help to develop me as an individual and as a soldier.
Okay, for those of you still on watching the end of event 1, we're watching Core Headquarters mixed team, the last competitor, through no fault of their own. Believe it or not, Core Headquarters had a power cut. So Major Mayhead, unfortunately, was frustrated to have to wait until that was resolved before she could start running again. So kudos to her and the team for working through that power cut and getting back on the treadmill and getting going again. So fantastic and well done. She's almost finished. She's got about half a mile to go. And from there, then we'll be looking forward to event 2, which will be the mountain bike road race, and that starts at 10:30. Sorry, not mountain bike road race, the normal road race on Zwift, and that starts at 10:30. Once Major May heads across the finishing line, then we'll be able to publish a holding screen, which will have the final results of the positions for the top 5, and we can go from there. So just that last 0.4 of a mile now for Core Headquarters and Major Mayhead.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
Okay, then we'll have a quick look as Major Mayhead comes to the end then. Fantastic effort and doing a regain after the power cut. And she's obviously got music on now. Eye of the Tiger, no doubt, to keep her focused as we get to the last 0.4 of a mile. Should be over in a couple of minutes with a bit of luck. And that will conclude event 1. So Core Headquarters are in the mixed category, which is one of 5 teams. The other events, other categories should I say, were the minor units, for those units that were under 250 in strength, on which there were 5 teams entered that. And then the last one were the major units, which is for those units above 250 competitor service personnel on strength, and there's 12 teams in that. That'll pretty much conclude event 1. There's 5 events today. Event 2 will be the road race on the bike, 20 miles, so we're looking at about an hour's worth of racing that for most people who've had a sort of cycle before. Event 3 will be the row, and that starts at 12:30. That'll be a 10-kilometre row, which, you know, if you're reasonably fit, you're looking at about 45 to 50 minutes for that. So it should be quite interesting to see who see how good some rowers are, some of the teams, and that'll be streamed via Zoom. It's obviously on Zwift. We don't have the means to create like a virtual race with rowing. So the way we're going to do that as race organisers is we're going to create a Zwift live stream, a Zoom conference stream, so you can see everybody rowing. And then what I will do is talk through where the competitors are. The administrative staff then, the way we'll do that is they will, as each rower passes the 1 kilometre mark, the admin support will inform the unit via screenshot and update on the Discord application, and that's how we will track the participation and the progression of the teams. And at the end of the event, each team will send a screenshot of the 10k completion time, and that will be their final time recorded for the event. That's how we assure it. It'll work pretty well. I mentioned Discord, so for those of you who've not used Discord before, then it's essentially a sort of chat room application. It allows us to have multiple chat rooms to triage traffic that we get, and we're using that headed up by Sam Turnbull here at 2 Signal Regiment for everything from faults, time results, helpful reminders, and obviously anyone who's got a discrepancy or an issue, they can raise that as well. So it's a lot more useful. If we try to just use something like the platform WhatsApp, it would just be an absolute barrage of information, and there's a real risk there that some key information would get missed just as everyone posts stuff. So we have to find a way to have multiple chat screens open, and Discord's the most effective platform for that. All the teams are well versed in it and they understand how to use it, and that's really down to the rehearsal and preparation of the admin support teams in each of the 27 teams who are competing in this year's competition. So, last little bit, hopefully last minute for Major Mayhead. You can see she's almost finishing now. It's 13.1 miles, so she's got 0.05 of a mile to go, and that will be her rounds complete. So congratulations to Corps Headquarters, having the absolute constraint of a power cut, which you just can't. What can you do about that? But they've worked through it, and credit to the sort of the competitor and the admin support to get them back in and working as quickly as possible. And that's us. That is the last team over the line. Rounds complete, event 1. And that concludes the commentary from me for event 1. You'll be happy to hear. The next time we start will be, you'll hear my lovely voice at 10:20, and that will be event 2, 20-mile road cycle race. Thank you very much.
Before joining the Royal Signals, I was involved in an apprenticeship, which was neither exciting nor challenging. The Royal Signals has given me the opportunity to complete a Level 4 diploma in network engineering. I've completed basic training recently, and I'm about to continue my training in a level signal regiment, building the foundations of my apprenticeship.
Prior to joining the Royal Signals, I worked in the apprenticeship industry, placing people on IT-based apprenticeships. Having the knowledge of many apprenticeships available, also understanding the direction of the Royal Signals and where the Corps is progressing, I was keen to become a signal soldier to be part of the constant challenge that this learning journey would take me on.
I compare my engineering apprenticeships with my civilian friends who are at university, developing large student debts. I'm learning new life skills that are transferable to any line of work. I work in a different environment weekly, which makes the apprenticeships more exciting, and I earn more than the average apprentice.
Developing as a Royal Signal soldier, learning to engineer and operate networks in the challenging environments all over the world encourages me to progress further.
In just 2 weeks, I've conducted classroom-based learning, developing the fundamentals of the equipment I'll be required to engineer, then switching focus to operating and firing different weapon systems, also developing my basic soldering skills.
With my experience so far, the apprenticeships the Signals offer are interesting, challenging, and help to develop me as an individual and as a soldier.
Good morning and welcome to event 2 of RaceTheSun, a 20-mile road race. We're about to start in 20 seconds. This has got 22 teams from around the Corps competing in the 20-mile road race, and we are about to set off now. The whirring you can hear in the background is the 3 watt bikes up at 2 single regiments, so we've got 3 teams setting off, and really we should be looking to see who's getting off. And away we go. Really interesting race, this one. This is going to be around about an hour in length for most team members, and what you're often seeing at the start of a road race is competitors really pushing almost at their maximum effort for 2 to 3 minutes to create a breakaway group, and that's what we're expecting to see this morning. So to explain what you can see in the top at the screen at the moment, the top left hand corner, sorry, is power outputs. That's calculated from your weight divided by the power, the effort you're putting through the pedals, and that's displayed in watts, so you can see up there. To give you an indication, upwards of 300 watts is really hard pressing on those pedals and working difficult. So when we go to those individuals that you can see on the screen here, 30 signal regiment for example, who are 380, 390 watts, that is really, really aggressive cycling that cannot be sustained for an hour. But what they're trying to do is to create a breakaway group from those people who are going steadier and applying a steadier pace throughout the group. The machines that we're all using then are the watt bikes, either the trainer or the pro in the gyms, and what we're doing is insisting that all competitors calibrate the watt bikes correctly, enter the correct weight on Zwift application to ensure the algorithm works correctly, and also that all teams are wearing heart rate monitors. Okay, welcome to RaceTheSun Event 2, 20-mile road race, and we are 1 mile into the 20-mile race, and it is fiercely competitive. We've currently got in first place 15 Single Regiment Team 1, followed by 13 SIGs, Strensel Station, 22 SIGs, and then 15 SIGs Team 2. So if you remember from Event 1, 15 Single Regiment Team 1 led that, so they are further dominating Event 2 and really putting a stamp on this RaceTheSun competition for the major units category. Just to explain what you can see a bit further then, the green screen on your right is a running order where they are in the event of their team, where they are in the event of their positions, and you can see an individual's watts per kilo displayed just underneath the team name. Quite often with road cycling, a common tactic to use is from the start is a really, really aggressive push for a few minutes to create a gap that you can then hold. So what we're seeing at the front now with these huge numbers, 4, 5, 6 watts per kilo, is soldiers, service personnel who are accomplished cyclists trying to create that buffer. And already you can see 15 6A team, they've got a 15-second gap over some of the other teams, and they're really trying to break away that, and that's key. It's a lot harder to pull those kind of gaps as we get through the race, so it's fantastic to see. On the left of your screen then you've got the sprints, the Fergo flat sprint, and then during this competition then there is a 20-second award for first team, 10-second for second, and 5-second for third. And as all team members go through, 15 6 of award being awarded currently holds a 20-second bonus. Foundation College get 10, Central Station get 5. So those 3 teams will have that time deducted from their finishing time by way of a segment award. And it operates in much the same way that a Strava segment would do. Quick look at the race leader then, and with 5 minutes in, 15 Signal Regiment Team 1 is holding an impressive 350, 400 watts, varying between the two. So that's Staff Sergeant Shelley from 15-6, holding over 300 watts, and that is giving him about a 6-second gap over Strensel Station. Strensel Station, although a minor team, it's Captain Parker who is competing for Strensel Station, and he is pushing 4 watts per kilo. Again, really strong performance there. 22.6 closely behind, 3.5 watts per kilo, and then 21.6 and then 15 behind them. The way the watts per kilo has worked out then, just out of interest, is it is a competitor's weight divided by their watts that they're pushing through the bike. So it's as simple as that, and it's a measurement of effort. So if I am a lightweight individual and I weigh 60 kilos and I'm putting a lot of power down, then I would have a higher watts per kilo output than if I was, say, 90 kilos and putting out the same power. So it just gives you an indication of how we would measure an individual's output. So although someone may be heavier and therefore able to put more power down, their weight will go against them in terms of relative effort. Up in the top left-hand side of the screen, then you can see a map that's rotating, and also there's a percentage scale there. That is the gradient of the slope. That wasn't a factor when you went on the run, but it absolutely is on the cycle. This represents a hill, so the Zwift algorithm will adjust an individual's speed to compensate for the hill. And obviously this is where an individual, a rider's weight will become a bigger factor. Those people that are heavier will need to work harder on the steeper gradients than those people are lighter. So it adds a different dynamic to the event. Looking at the running order then, we've got a pair, 15 and 13, cycling together, and they're holding a group now. Now drafting is on. What's drafting? Well, that means that if you cycle close to or behind somebody, you get aerodynamic advantage to cycling. So what it means when you're cycling as a pair or in a group, it means that you can move quicker than if you were a singleton rider, because you're not having to deal with the aerodynamic drag. So what we've got here is we've got 13.6 and 15.6 essentially operating as a pair, and they're able to move quicker for the same effort than Strensel Station, who is riding as a singleton, 22 and 71, who are all riding as singleton riders. So it's a very efficient way that these two front riders are operating to really put some time into the other teams. Now Strensel Station, their option really is to absolutely bury themselves and go into the red to try and bridge this gap and get over with the top two, or make a decision to risk slowing down, pairing up with 22 and working together. Of course, there's no way to communicate that sort of relationship and that agreement. They've just got to make an assumption as to whether 22 are going to do it. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Here's an example of that. We've got a couple of groups, and these groups now are able to move quickly. So in this group we've got 39, Foundation College, 10.6, 14.6, and I think we've got 2.6 there as well. Getting in the group there, really efficient way to move quickly. The speed is in the white screen at the top centre, so 26 miles an hour. They're able to do that at a little bit over 220 watts, which is quite a good speed for the effort. had they been cycling on their own and not in that group, their speed would be significantly lower. So it's all about getting in a group and making a decision on whether you want to push forward and try and get in another group or go it alone. Timings you can see then is we're a quarter of the way through the race already, so coming up to 5 miles for the front runners, and you can see already the gaps are pretty tight, so this is not going to have the splits that you've had from event 1 in terms of gaps. So this is minor adjustments to the overall standings, I suspect, for some of the close teams. So we're just going to rotate through a few teams slowly as we go through, just to see how everyone's getting on and give you an idea of the power output. 15.6 there, 280 watts. Genuinely, as an amateur cyclist myself, 280, 300 watts is a big effort. You're really starting to breathe heavily. The quads are burning. So to run that for an hour is a big ask, so it's not to be underestimated how hard this is. In terms of revs per minute, so that's the speed at which you cycle. There is a common view that between 85 and 95 revolutions per minute is the most efficient aerobic rate to which to cycle. Once you start going up to over 100, 105, then you're working your lungs a lot harder, and it's a lot more tiring. Equally, if you go too low, then you're excessively burning your legs and putting too much fatigue riding the pedals. Cool. So if you're just joining us, this is event 2 of RaceTheSun 2021, multi-activity virtual event, different from last year because obviously the constraints with the pandemic. So what we're doing is a 5-event virtual competition using Zwift, which is the application you can see in front of you now, and also Zoom, the conferencing tool that a lot of you have used over the last 12 months. We're administering it and coordinating it using Discord, which is a bit like WhatsApp, but gives us lots of chat rooms and allows us to triage all the information that comes in from the teams. The assurance and the administration of this competition is quite challenging this year because we need to do it remotely. All the teams are all over the UK, and the only way we can communicate with them and make sure they're in the right place at the right time, in the right equipment, good battle procedure, it is via the platforms I've just reeled off. Event 1 was a 13.1 mile run, so half marathon, and that was done on a treadmill on this Swift platform, and that was really interesting to see how that panned out with some fantastic results of consistent sub 6 minute mile pace for the top 5 teams. We move now into the 20 mile road race, which should be finishing around about an hour's time or less for the quicker ones, certainly at this pace that we're seeing. And then from there we'll go into a 10k row at lunchtime that starts at 12:30. We'll then push onto a mountain bike stage, so it'll look like this, except you'll be on mountain bikes and it'll be off-road. And then we finish off with the 8 mile Bergen tab with 15 kilos, which I really think will decide our winners. I think there'll be some swings there in terms of positioning. As the teams start to settle down, then we're going to go to a quick advert, and we'll be back within a couple of minutes. So see you shortly.
I remember having the papers in my hands. I was sat in the kitchen and you can see the contract. That moment of, do I sign the dotted line? Thinking that you'll be locked into this army world forever. Yeah, you have your ups and downs, but it's a life experience I wouldn't change.
I'm Second Lieutenant Constable, an officer in the Royal Corps of Signals. My career started in 2010 as a communications systems engineer. Throughout my career, I've travelled all over the world. I've done various training exercises to Jordan and 2 operational tours to Afghanistan. Being a woman in the army has its challenges. The enemy doesn't discriminate on whether you're female or not, which means you have to train hard, if not harder, to make sure that you're an asset within your team, not a weakness.
Okay, welcome back. We're just having a quick look at the Corps headquarters at the moment. We're in a group with 11 Single Regiment Mixed and 11 Brigade in a group of 3. So slack is a free, 230 watts, so which is a decent pace. Certainly as we get to the 17 minute point, and they're about 6.5 miles. So what we'll do is we'll just work our way up through the groups and get to the race leaders. Okay, we're with the 2 Signal Regiment A team, just under 200 watts, so they've done a big effort early doors to get to the position they're in, and now they're settling into a sort of race pace, on which they're looking to hold this now for probably another 40 minutes. And looking over my shoulder to all 3 racers, they're sweating hard and they're relying on that music in their earphones to keep them going. We'll just push on a little bit and look up to some of the race leaders. Okay then, so 15.6 team 1, almost 5 watts per kilo, holding 270 watts, so you know, absolutely for an accomplished rider, they can hold that pace. Now, so what they've done is 15.6, they put 1.5 minutes into 22, and and in theory now, if they can match the watts per kilo for 22.6, then they'll hold that gap. They'll hold that minute and a half, and it will take a really big effort from 22 now to pull that minute and a half back now. So now it's really much, you know, teeth on the handlebars and just hanging in there now. So we'll just drop to the pack behind the front two. Front three rather. And you can see here Strensel Station in a pair with 36, similar sort of watts per kilo, so the similar effort. To be honest, if they can work together, they have got a really good chance of pulling back 22.6 in third place, and doing so expending less energy. But of course, they need to be aware that 4 or 5 seconds behind them is a group of riders that contain Foundation College Harrogate 10.6, 15.6 Team 2 and 2.6 Team B. And the same applies to them. If you can work efficiently as a group, then you stand a really good chance of being able to rein lone riders in front of you efficiently. Okay then, so if any of you want to request shout outs or have questions about the competition, head over to Instagram, search RaceTheSun 2021 or RaceTheSun 21, and you'll see my my grid, and send me a DM or comment on one of my RaceTheSun related posts and I'll pick it up. I've got one message coming from sort of Sergeant Dufton, saying a big shout out to 14 Signal Regiment and is wishing them all the very best. So I used to work with him when I was back in 223 a few years ago, so it's good to see that he's doing all right. And yeah, 14.6 are doing particularly well at the moment for a major unit competition. Very competitive on the race, and with a bit of luck, we'll be shortly going to some of the riders via the Zoom conference. And in fact, as if by magic, we have 14 Signal Regiment online. Absolutely it is 14. Yeah, 14.6. Working hard, sweating profusely, looking good. That's the advantage we've got with the Zoom conference, is we can flick around and make sure that everyone's working hard and digging out some decent performances. So in a moment we'll head over to 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, and if we can get them on Zoom in a few moments, we'll see how they're getting on as well. Okay, over to 216 then in sunny Colchester, home of 16 Air Assault Brigade. Digging in blind now that they're getting live streamed, and a fantastic backdrop from the unit there, and fantastic decor in the background with the DZ wallpaper. I like it a lot, and obviously the giant Pegasus is fantastic. So we'll move on to a couple of other teams and around the corner and see how they're getting on. And over to 21.6. PTIs with hands in the pockets, standard. But yeah, we've got a live stream there of 21 Signal Regiment, working really hard and doing really well with an impressive 3.2 watts per kilo as we get towards the halfway point for some of the teams now. 21.6 really strong performance on Yvette 2, and they're taking that same high quality performance into event 2 now. So they're really up there with the front runners for the major units competition. So the front runners are over halfway now. It's a 20-mile race, and yeah, it should be over quite quickly. So we're looking at the front runners maybe 50 minutes, 55 minutes, and with a lot of the others coming in the hour. So there's not going to be big time gaps like we do with event 1. Yeah. Cutting over to 16 Signal Regiment, working really hard. Lots of people listening to Eye of the Tiger, keeping them motivated, and a really high cadence there from 16 Signal Regiment. Good watts per kilo. Good watts out there, about just over 200 watts, and yeah, opted for the TT bike this time. So you can see the different bikes on Zwift. And they offer slight advantages. So you can go into like the virtual garage essentially on the game. You can choose different bikes. Some of them are aero, some of them are more lightweight. So if you think you're on a route where there's going to be more hills, then you can opt for a lightweight bike. If you think you're going to essentially time trial it out like 16.6 should I say, then you can opt for the TT mode bike, which is really aerodynamic. However, because drafting is enabled on this particular event, there is advantages to being in a group and cycling together, so you get the aerodynamic advantage. So it really is personal preference for the competitor on whether they want to go for riding in the pack, go for an aero bike, or going for a sort of a more all-rounder bike. We try to keep the terrain not too mountainous, not too flat, so that it really is a personal choice as to what bike's best to choose. '39 Signal Regiment now. We're with them both on screen and on the Zoom conference, and we're looking at Signaler Wall, who's competing for 39.6. Again, a really good backdrop for them, for 39. Lots of recruiting paraphernalia going on. All good. Okay, so we'll move to the front of the pack then. 13 Signal Regiment. Wow, 4.5 watts per kilo, holding over 300 watts at the halfway point. Interesting to see if they can hold that for the full hour. If we look at, that is Staff Sergeant Cridland, 13.6, so should be really interesting to see you know, whether he can hold those watts per kilos for the full sort of race, which probably for him will be about 45 to 50 minutes. In second place, we've got 15 Signal Regiment then, Team 1, who performed really well on event 1. So 13-10, they were very strong competitors in the first event and again on event 2. So they're really making a strong sort of punt for the major unit competition. 71 right up there, Strensel Station, good to see them in performing as well. And again, 30 Signal Regiment, great to see them down from Nuneaton. Living the dream in 4th place at the moment. Okay, if you go onto the left hand side of your screen, then you can see the Firgo Flat sprint results. So that attracts a time bonus, and I can inform you that from the initial sprint, 15 Signal Regiment were awarded 20 seconds. Foundation College Harrogate got 10. And Strensel got 5 second bonus. So that is a time that will be removed from their overall time at the end of the race. So it's essentially like a Strava segment. So your front two teams then, 15 and 13, you know, 2.5 minutes plus now ahead of the next teams, and it's going to be very difficult for them to be caught now as we come towards the 15-mile point. The effort that 22, 6, 30 and 71 would have to cumulatively do to close that gap, probably now at this stage is unlikely to be achieved. So really we're looking at 13 and 15 working together till such a point that they decide to make a punt to see who's going to win the actual event. So we could be set up for a sprint finish between the two. Should be interesting. But again, over 300 watts, a pair of them are pushing out, and it's been consistently at that for over half an hour now. So really, really strong effort.
Initial trade training is fundamental to the future of all soldiers in the Royal Signals. As a trade training instructor in 11th Signal Regiment, it's my job to ensure that we teach the required trade skills so the Field Army receives the technical soldiers that it needs. We have a range of technical trades in the Royal Signals, covering networks, infrastructure, power, logistics and electronic warfare. My role sits within network engineering, but more prominently delivering in the space of tactical communications. The daily coaching and mentoring of the recruits and the influence that I have on the future soldiers of the Corps is extremely rewarding. It's challenging as I have to be the role model for these recruits, but it's boosted my confidence and given me a great sense of pride and purpose. Serving within the Royal School of Signals has given me the opportunity to enhance my technical and practical skills, benefiting both my future and the future of the soldiers coming through Blandford.
And welcome back. we are at the 15.5 mile point out of the 20 miles, and we are with the front two race leaders from event 2 of RaceTheSun 2020. It's 13 Signal Regiment and 15 Signal Regiment Team 1, still pushing out over 300 watts, and really these two are, we're looking at one of these two being the likely to win the event now. They've got 2.5 minutes plus gap over the next nearest competitor, 22.6, who is a singleton rider, so they're going to really have to work hard to try and get that gap, and I would say probably at this stage that's not going to happen. So we're probably expecting what is going to be a sprint finish between these two teams, and in a moment we'll be getting a Zoom stream for them two competitors, so we can kind of watch them really bury themselves as we get towards the end of the race. These should be we should be finishing maybe 10-15 minutes, I think, at this pace for the two teams, and then from there we'll sort of rotate through the rest of the competitors to see where they come through. Not a lot of time gaps here, if I'm honest. 2.5 minutes between the front two, but the rest are very tight. So in terms of the overall standing for the competition, we won't see massive swings. It'll be a consolidation perhaps of the position that the teams are already in. And certainly after event 1, 15 and 13 were both put in strong performances on the half marathon, so we're expecting them to consolidate that position and put more time into 14.6 and the other teams that were right up there as well. I think 21 were right up there as well. 21.6 have dropped off a little bit, so they're going to lose time to 15 and 13. And really, I'm getting the feeling that 15.6 Team 1 are the team at the moment. On the live stream then we've got the front two competitors, 13.6 top, 15.6 bottom, and then we've got the Zwift stream on the right of the picture as well as you watch it. So we'll stay with them now pretty much till the end, and then we'll see how we get on. Remember, the equipment they're using then is the Wattbike Pro or Trainer. So we've insisted that all teams use that equipment because it's common to all units in the Royal Signals, and it sort of ensures fairness. Every competitor's weight has been taken, assured, and they're all wearing heart rate monitors. So we are monitoring to make sure that their watts per kilo are within scope, and that it is correct as per the data they entered on the paperwork. So that's our assurance. So we also insist that all teams less technical issues are wearing heart rate monitors as well. From an assurance perspective then, the Zoom conference offers us an opportunity to enhance the viewing experience for you at home, but also it allows us to view all the teams to ensure that they are correctly operating in accordance with the rules of the competition. Here at 2 Signal Regiment at York then, we've got a technical support team headed up by Sam Turnbull and his team. They're there supporting all technical issues which may appear, but ultimately, as this is being run remotely, a lot of the technical issues that may appear or glitches that may be experienced, it's really down to the teams to resolve themselves. We have spent a significant amount of time rehearsing this, in excess of 5 rehearsals, which the majority of teams did attend. And there has been lots and lots of advice and guidance 7 days a week offered to those teams who've asked for it. As a result, you've got teams here who are very slick in terms of how to resolve an issue if they get it, and if they do become stuck, using the Discord platform to offer IT resolution to problems very quickly. And obviously we have contingency plans for anyone who has genuinely suffered technical catastrophic failure that we can apply. Coming to the last 2.5 miles then, and 13 Signal Regiment have made a push for it. They've got a 3-second gap now over 15.6 Team 1, and it's growing. They're pushing up nearly a watt per kilo, almost more, and it'd be interesting to see whether they can hold that all the way through now. I was expecting it to be a bit of a sprint finish, but it looks like 13 are going to try and kick on and put some time into 15.6. It's only going to be a few seconds, I think, even if they can hold this, but you know, 15.6 are one of the teams that are competing, and they also have to 13.6 also need to put in ideally 20 seconds to cancel out the 15.6 sprint bonus that the 15 Signal Regiment attracted from winning the sprint earlier on in the race. So 13, 7 seconds ahead of 15, but real time when you consider the time bonus, 15.6 technically are still ahead. Don't worry about all that I've just told you. The final placings will be displayed via a holding screen once the event finishes. This is event 2 of 5. Event 3 will start at 12:30, and that will be a 10-kilometre row. That won't be done on Zwift. That will be done via the Zoom platform.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
Coming up to the last mile, and 13.6 have almost cancelled out that 20-second time bonus that 15 have accrued from winning the sprint. So if they can put another 4 seconds into them, they'll be the real-time race winner. So almost there now. Last mile to go, so if 13 just need to dig out a little bit more, and they will have cancelled out that sprint, and they'll be the real-time race leader. So the level pegging now. So really 15.6, if they're gonna get the benefit of that sprint, they need to sort of really vary themselves now, and they absolutely are. They've been over 300 watts for 40 plus minutes now. Absolutely phenomenal effort. Really, and 5 watts per kilo, 13 Signal Regiment pushing out now, really dominating it, and 15 is just not able to respond to that. A fantastic power output, but it's just not been able to be matched. The front two's aggressive sort of racing has managed to create a 3-minute plus gap from the next two, which is 22.6 and 36. And then from there, we've got a large bunch around the 4.5 minute point. So reasonably close for a lot of the teams, but 13 and 15 have really gained an advantage, have really been the winners out of this event, if I'm honest. So we're going to sit with 15.6. The reason we have to do that is, from a streaming perspective, we can't stay with the race leader because it will present streaming issues if they cross the line, and it will come out of the race essentially. So I will tell you when 13.6 have passed the finishing line. But if you've got it on a big enough screen, you'll be able to see as 13 stop pedalling. On the stream then now, 15 absolutely digging out blind to limit the losses. Phenomenal race for both of them teams. 13 now out of the saddle for the last bit, 0.1 of a mile to go, and that's them almost over the line. And that's pretty much 13-6 finishing. They've hit the 20-mile point now. Closely followed by 15 Signal Regiment. Awesome performance from 13. Well done. Now it's the clock has started, and we can see what 22-6 are going to do. 15 Signal Regiment now about to cross the line. You can just see on the live stream now they're burying themselves now. 15-6. Staff Sergeant Shelley, commendable performance. Well over 300 watts for the majority of the race, and fantastic effort. Well done. And that's him finished. So approaching the last mile, then we've got the next two teams, which is 22-6, and they've got about a 12 seconds. They've got a bit of a gap now over 36, and then Strensel Station after them. Strensel Station minor unit, so good performance from them, and their next biggest competitor is, or in their category competitor is Foundation College at Harrogate. So they've taken 35 seconds out of the Harrogate, which is good, and it'll be interesting to see how that compares when we look at the results from Event 1. In terms of the mixed events then, 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, 26 seconds down from Strensel Station, and they're the lead mixed team on this, so doing really well. So we've got 30 and 22 quite close together. They're the next two to finish. They'll be going for third and fourth respectively. Strensel, again quite close to 36, so they could maybe make a push for it for the last top half mile, and 71 as well. That's it now then. 36 are starting to, 36 and 22 are pushing to up to 5 watts per kilo. Strensel have reacted as well, 4 watts per kilo. Be interesting to see if everyone can hold it for this last half mile. Remember, for the teams that are still riding now, this is about limiting the time that 13, 15, everybody have put into them, limiting the time that they're losing now in the event. So it absolutely is not about the time to be easing off. It is really burying yourself now to try and minimise the losses that they've experienced in this event. We're watching a group of 3 here then, and that comprises 2 Signal Regiment, 10-6 and 15 Team 2. And when you're operating a group of 3, you have the aerodynamic advantage because drafting is set to on this game. So what that means is that you can move quicker as a group than you can if you're individual. So for these 3 here, it is more efficient for them to ride together than it would be if they were as a singleton rider. Especially looking at the bikes, they're using the normal Zwift bikes, they haven't got the PT one. So it's definitely the best move for them to stay as a 3 and try and keep the pace as high as possible, to put the time in as much as possible behind the ones behind them. So that's that group just finishing then, so we're going to go further back and we're going to look at our 2 Signal Regiment A team, see how they're getting on. And they're in a pair with, 2-6 have paired up with the A and C team, so they're riding together for the last mile. we're getting the competitors starting to finish now. 21.6 just finished. 14.6 are about to finish. So again, they were really strong after the first position. They've dropped a little bit of time to 13 and 15. So we'll be interested to see how that pans out. 2-on-6 minor unit. So they've lost a little bit of time to Foundation College Harrogate as they've got a mile to go. So really, they've got to really start to bury themselves now for that minor unit category. As Foundation College Harrogate are looking pretty strong, and so are Stretton Station as well. So those of you who are wanting to interact with me on the commentary, we have, if you can go onto Instagram and search RaceTheSun 2021, that's my profile, and you can send me a DM message, and we can do shout outs to the competition, to particular teams, and we can also answer any questions you may have. And I'm now going to sort of take a shout out to 2-on-6 Parachute Signal Squadron, Jodie Walker all the way over from Australia. Big shout out to 2-on-6, wishing them all the very best for the competition. And we're watching 2-on-6 now, last 0.3 of a mile. Fantastic effort. Dropping a little bit below 200 watts there, but looking at 3DSR now, 250 watts, and genuinely, if you've been holding that and for that period of time, that is a hard, significant output for 52 minutes. It really is. Remember, when you're on the watt bike, you're in a gym, limited ventilation. You can get very hot very quickly. So this is really sort of challenging event, and in some cases a lot harder than cycling outside. So we just got the last couple of teams coming over. 2-on-6 Corey Quarters, 11th Brigade, 11-6 Mixed, 3DSR, and then we've got 1 Signal Regiment as well. Once the event finishes and everyone's crossed the line, I'll stop commentating and we'll go to a holding screen. And on that holding screen we will put in the positions, top 3, finishers only for event 2. And it will also show you the results from event 1 as well, top 3. We're not going to give you the times, and that's deliberate because it adds to the suspense, plus ahead of the presentation at 19:30 hours on this channel. So for those of you in the teams, you're probably feverishly trying to work it out where you are, and I think we're not going to give the game away a little bit too much for that, so you're going to have to wait on. Event 3, as I said before, is a 10k row, so you'll see a Zoom sort of conference set up, and that starts at 12:30. Just try and, if you're going to watch it, try and log in 5 minutes before. We've got our core colonel, who will be giving a few words of encouragement to the team. So, and that will be played, and we'll play that message at 25 past. So it'll be great to see you all then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to RaceTheSun 2021. We're about to start event 3, which is the 10-kilometer row, and you'll be viewing that via stream. Before we cut to the stream setup, we are going to have a few words of encouragement from our core Sat Major, Royal Core Signals core Sat Major W1 Scarcliffe.
G'day, Kiwi Scarcliffe, core Sat Major, Royal Corps of Signals. Been asked today to voice some inspiring words during your epic struggle with the RaceTheSun event to ensure that you're inspired to get across the finishing line and uphold the values and standards of the Royal Corps of Signals in the British Army. So here's my words of wisdom and my words of inspiration. If you don't try your best, your mates are going to think less of you. There you go, best bit of advice I can give you. Good luck, enjoy the rest of the event. Core Sat Major out.
Okay, and welcome back to we're about to start event 3, which is the 10-kilometer row. This will not be done on the Zwift app, but it will be virtual. So in a moment, we'll be going to the Zoom conferencing application, and we'll be able to look at various competitors around the core as they battle it out to complete 10 kilometers. The way that we're going to score this then is the administrative teams will be viewing and recording each kilometre that the competitors complete, and they will pass that information through our results platform Discord, and we will give you feedback on where they are in terms of position based on that feedback from the team's administrative teams. So that's how it'll work. So it'll be a little bit dependent on my commentary to let you know who's in what position, so you won't have a visual representation of how everybody's doing. At the end of the race, we will compile the results, and like we have done with Zwift, we'll create a holding screen that will give an overall position for the top 3 finishers, and we'll kind of just go from there. So just out of interest then, or just for your interest, should I say, the way the race will start will be a 10-second countdown via voice on the Zoom conference, and that will be done by the race coordinators at here. So that will start at 12:30. So our admin teams will be putting their loudspeakers on their peds to enable the competitors to have that 10-second countdown. And then once obviously it's 0, that's them away. Okay, then we're about to start the race. After I finish speaking, the next voice you'll hear will be the 10-second countdown from the race organisers here at 2 Signal Regiment. The race then, if you're just joining us, is a 10-kilometre race. And yeah, we'll get ready to go in less than 1 minute. And that is everybody off almost. And away they go. It's 10 kilometres this rowing race then, and we've got 22 teams from across the core from 19 different formations or units, all competing in this virtual event that's called RaceTheSun 2021. This is event 3. Event 1 was the half marathon, 13.1 miles. Event 2 was the cycling road race, which was 20 miles, and this is event 3 now, which you can see in the front there. Each screen you've got is a team, and a team comprises 5 service personnel from not only the Royal Corps of Signals, but also formations and local units as well. So we have 11 Signal Brigade, we have our Corps headquarters, we also have Strensel Station, which is a garrison just the other side of York, to where we're based, and we also have our Army Foundation College up at Harrogate. So it's an eclectic mix of all different cap badges, different personalities, soldiers and officers, making for a really interesting competition so far. In terms of positioning then, what will happen as the race goes on is that every time a competitor goes through 1 kilometre, the admin support for that team will record that time and then pass it over the messaging application Discord to us here in York, and we will then update a board here, and I'll be able to give you feedback on what time and what position our teams are in. Okay, for those of you who are new to this and don't do a lot of rowing, this is 10 kilometres. We're expecting this in practice to take about 45 minutes for reasonably fit individuals, so we'll see how we get on. Not expecting big time differences today, unless someone is really talented and someone really struggles. So there could be minor changes to the overall positioning so far, as we are pretty much halfway through the competition now. As a heads up then, if you've missed some of the holding slides, the 2 major units that are doing particularly well at the moment are 13 Signal Regiment and 15 Signal Regiment A Team. They are been really strong in the first couple of events. Foundation College Harrogate performing really well in the minor units as our Strensel Station. And for the mixed team events, 15 Signal Regiment are performing really well as well. So it's open, it's competitive across all categories, and it's very much all to play for as we enter, coming up to the first kilometre of the event 3. Okay then, so we've got all the teams through the first kilometre. 39 Signal Regiment leading them with a 3:35 through that first kilometre split. Closely led by Army Foundation College Harrogate at 3:31. As you would expect, it's really close at the moment, with everybody coming in, or the majority of competitors coming in under 4 minutes. Army Foundation College Harrogate then through the 2 kilometre barrier first, closely followed by 39 Signal Regiment. Okay, so through the 2 kilometre point then, we have Army Foundation College in the lead, 4 seconds ahead of 39 Signal Regiment. From there, we've then got 14 Signal Regiment, and they're leading 2 Signal Regiment C team by 7 seconds. Okay, so if you just join us, we're in coming up to 2 kilometres through the RaceTheSun competition event 3. This is a 10 kilometre race, so we're expecting most people to be completing this in around 40 to 50 minutes. It's a few gaps that opened up already. The first sort of 3 teams through the 2 kilometre point were Army Foundation College, 39 Signal Regiment. Yeah, and and we'll give you a few more updates when we get through the 3K point. So a fantastic effort so far. Everyone's through almost everybody's through the 2 kilometre point. Harrogate, first ones through the 3 kilometre point. 39 SIGs now through the 3K point, so second place. Fifteen SIGs A team, who were very strong for the first two events, are now into third place. And in fourth place we have 2 Sigler Regiment C team, 1104. Closely followed by 14 Sigler Regiment, 1106. So very close at the front. Bit of a gap now opening up between those already through the 3K point. So for those of you at home, hopefully you're enjoying viewing the event 3 of RaceTheSun 2021. You're looking at Zoom stream then. We've picked 4 teams for you to look at, and essentially then all competitors are on Zoom and compete in a 10K race. We've got 12 teams in the main major units competition. That's for units with more than 250 service personnel. We've got 5 teams that are under 250 personnel, so that's a minor units competition, and then we've got 5 teams in the mixed event. We started at 7:30 this morning with the half marathon, and then we moved on at 10:30 to the 20-mile road race on the Zwift running app and cycling app. So now we're at event number 3, which is the 10K rowing. After this event, then we will be moving on at 1400 hours to back onto the Zwift platform to the mountain bike race, and that'll be about 15 miles. And then we'll be finishing off at event 5 at 1600 hours with the 8-mile Bergentab carrying 15 kilos. So looking at the updates so far, then we've got last 2 teams are starting to come through 3Ks, so there is a little bit of a gap opening up now. Okay, fantastic effort from 22 teams that have entered this competition today, from 19 different units, not only in the core but around the garrison and the area as well. So we have 3 categories, for those of you just joining in, and that's major units, minor units, and mixed event, so comprising 22 teams, and that is 176 competitors, and we're including the administrative staff in there as well, because that's a really key part of this event. Not only is it about physical fitness to be able to get on the various apparatus and perform, but it's also about the technical aptitude and capacity of the admin team in the background to be able to keep the link enabled and to keep the applications and devices connected to each other and keep competing. That's really important, because if, for example, a device drops, then the virtual participation of the competitor stops and they essentially start losing time. So it's all about the tech support here. And this is what makes this competition really unique this year. It's not only about being physically fit. It's about being technically capable, which lends itself perfectly to the Royal Corps of Signals. So going through kilometre 4 now, then we have AFC Harrogate absolutely dominating now, holding a 5-second lead over 39 SIGs, who have really sort of consolidated their place in second place. In third place we have 15 Sigler Regiment A team, really strong performance, and look at them being a front runner for one of the main units. And then after that we have 2 Sigler Regiment C team and then 14 Sigler Regiment. So those top 5 now, they've been they're pretty stable for the last 2 or 3 kilometres and are looking strong. So as the teams start to all come through the 4K point, we're just going to go take a quick break and we'll be back shortly. And welcome back to event 3, the 10k row, for those of you just joined us. Majority of competitors then are now through the 4k mark, so coming up to halfway for some of them, and we should be expecting the front runners to be hitting the 5k point pretty shortly. It's been really interesting. Army Foundation College Harrogate are storming ahead and doing really well. 30, and in fact have just gone through the 5k point, so really, really strong. I'm expecting 39 to be coming up in second, that's them, yeah, and they should be then followed by 15 Signal Regiment A team shortly as well. That's the 5k point reached for 15 Signal Regiment A team. Really strong for them, and they're really starting to own the major units, in my opinion, now this event. So they're looking good. 2 Signal Regiment Team C, 3 to 5k, so doing well, and they're really starting to break open that gap now and putting time into the other teams. .216 now have pushed ahead of 14 Signal Regiment. So that's them starting to get a little bit stronger, so it'll be interesting to see 216 have a stronger second half. It will be interesting as we watch this competition to see which rowers have set off really fast and which ones have sort of saved themselves for a stronger second half. So it'll be interesting now as we get into the second half for the front runners to see who can sustain the output that they're doing. Some really impressive rowing going on. So the majority of teams are through the halfway point now, and some fantastic times, a lot sub 20 minutes, which if you can sustain this is absolutely fantastic from all competitors involved. From a commentary point of view, I think 30 Signal Regiment have got it right with the full setup outside. Certainly no problem with climatic injuries with that call sign. So that is Army Foundation College Harrogate through the 6k point. Closely followed still by 39 Signal Regiment, and there's 8 seconds in it. No, sorry, 10 seconds in it. Really, really close, really interesting. Slightly, the gap is getting slightly bigger, but not a lot in it. Expecting now to see where 15-6A team come in. And we've got 15-6 coming through now, so they're dropping behind a little bit now, so they've dropped a little bit more time to the front two runners, but still in third place. 26TC team consolidating that position now in fourth place, so really good. So 2163 have moved up again. So they are now 21 seconds behind 2 Signal Regiments. So it looks like 216 Parachute Signal Squadron are having a strong second half. Can they sort of use that late surge to increase their positioning overall? Remember, the minor units, for units less than 250 service personnel and strength, there's only 5 competitors in it, and it's Foundation College and 216 the front runners for that. So 216 really I've got to focus on closing in as much as possible as to Harrogate's time to sort of set the conditions to be able to be competitive for that top spot as we get towards the end of the day. Main body of teams starting to come through the 6k point now. Harrogate through 7Ks. What a performance. Really, really strong. And they're going into the last third of the race now. Same position for 39.6. Really strong effort from them. Only a few seconds behind, the same sort of distance as before. So they're holding AFC Harrogate. 15 Signal Regiment in through the 7k point in third place. And then 2 Sigs closing in again. So we can see them, I suspect, challenging for third place shortly. Main body of teams starting to get through the 7k point now. Just got 30 Signal Regiment coming through the 7k point. Closely followed by 22 Signal Regiment. No pressure, Midland base units. 16 just through the 7k point as well. Two Signal Regiment B team, that's them through 7Ks. Pretty much two-thirds of the team now. Two-thirds of the teams now are getting through that 7k point as we're getting towards the nitty-gritty of the final part of the race now. That's 10-6 through the 7k point. Closely followed by Strensel Station and 21 Signal Regiment. Army Foundation College Harrogate through the 8 km barrier. 2Ks to go for them. .39.6, holding them close, 25 seconds now. So yeah, so they're holding the same gap, 39 from Harrogate. So we're expecting to see now 15 Signal Regiment come through the 8k point shortly. Two Signal Regiment are through in 3rd place, so they've moved up, followed by 5 seconds later by 15.6. So 2 Signal Regiment now having a late surge. They've sort of got a 5-second lead, 5-second lead over 15.6, and they're up to 3rd overall. Great result. .216 Parachute Signal Squadron through the 8k mark along with the 11th Signal Regiment. So what we've done now on the stream is we are with the top 4 finishers, or the top 4 rowers. So we can all see them at home. Start with Harrogate, then they're in 1st place at the moment, followed by 39 Signal Regiment who are directly below them. In 3rd place then we have 2 Signal Regiment C team, so you've got 3 teams in there. The fastest one is the C team. And below them is 15 Signal Regiment Stream 1. So it really is close between 2 Signal Regiment and 3 Signal and 15.6 for 3rd place overall. AFC in 39, very, very strong, not letting anything drop at all. But, unless one of them sort of explodes in the next K or so, it's probably going to stay in the same sort of positions I suspect as it is now. For those at home just joining us, this is event 3, 10k race, and rowing displayed via the Zoom application, and it's part of the Royal Signals RaceTheSun 2021 competition hosted by 2 Signal Regiment up here in York. You're watching rowers from around the Corps, 22 teams comprised of 176 competitors, facilitate and participate in a 10k row. They've been rowing now for just over 30 minutes, pretty much max effort for a lot of them, and it's fantastic to see all the effort that's going in. The four teams that are on display at the moment are your front runners. Army Foundation College Harrogate, top left, are in first place currently. Below them in second, a 39 Signal Regiment. Then at the moment we've got 2 Signal Regiment C team, top right, and then 15 Signal Regiment in fourth. So these are pretty stable as your top 4. So it's the case of what order they finish in as we go towards the last couple of Ks. Harrogate are now through the 9 kilometre to go, 9 kilometre point, so they're inside the last kilometre. And 39 have just passed as well, so it'd be interesting to see whether the time's closed. That's 2 Signal Regiment through the 9k barrier now. And then that's 15 Signal Regiment through the 9k barrier. So that's the same running order as per kilometre 8. So barring any big changes in effort, we're looking at the first 4 finishes on the screen that you've got now. 11 Signal Brigade making a late surge there through the 9k point and into the last kilometre. Two on 6 Parachute Signal Squadron past the 9Ks now into the final sort of sprint. Okay, and as we get towards the end then, we will put the finishing placings up in a holding slide once the event finishes. So don't worry too much about if your team's not being mentioned. We will give you some feedback on in the holding slide after the event's finished. Slight break then in streaming, but we are back, and I can tell you that Army Foundation College Harrogate have finished in first place. 10 kilometres rounds complete, fantastic result. We're now looking to 39 Signal Regiment to see if to see when they finish. That's them finished, 39. Excellent result there, or about to finish, should I say? Yeah, that's 39 finished now. They're just cooling down. We're waiting to see if 2 Signal Regiment can finish. I'm looking over my shoulder to see if they can do it. So we've got Lance Corporal Hoyland here at 2 Signal Regiment. An excellent performance for him there. A phenomenal result from 2 Signal Regiment in third. So we're looking now, all views go to 11 Brigade, who've also finished. So that was a fantastic result. And now we are going to look for the main body of teams coming in. Looking at the kilometres past then, we've got probably about half to 3/4 through the 9k point. So if you're just joining us, we're just coming to the end of the event 3, the rowing 10k race. Really interesting to see some fantastic rowing and some phenomenal effort taking place around the core. You've got a live stream at the moment of pretty much all the competitors that are still going, and it's been a truly phenomenal effort. We've got 22 teams involved, 176 competitors from around the core, and as they finish off event 3, the minds will start to focus for the next event, which is the mountain bike race on Zwift. So that will look, for those of you who've been watching us all day, that will look like the 20 mile Zwift road race that we saw this morning, but it will be obviously on mountain bikes, and the terrain is very different, and that will throw different constraints and considerations that teams to think about, and I'll cover them in the sort of build up before the race starts, and that's going to start at 1400. That's 216 Parachute Signal Squadron finished. Well done. Fantastic effort. Great to see 3DSR performing really well. Jai 249, Jai Gurkha, well done. So still watching sort of Sig Sanam here at 3DSR as he almost finishes. Last bit now, absolutely empty as we watch him go. A really fantastic performance from him. Also 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, great stuff. They're the mixed team category, so really competitive and hoping to win that. There's only 5 teams going for it, so it's really all to play for. And 71 Signal Regiment as well. Great stuff we can see there as the final teams start to finish. Really good and a fantastic, interesting event. As we look forward to event 4 coming up at 1400, which is the 15-mile mountain bike race on Zwift. What could possibly go wrong? We've got 2 of the mixed teams still going, so it's great to see 71 and 16 Signal Regiment Team 2 as they get to the final stages of this competition now. They're still cracking on. There we go. There's the 2 teams, and it's really interesting, the 2 teams here, because they form 2 of the 5 teams in the mixed race event. So one of the categories that that are available in Race the Sun is a mixed event where it's a mixture of male and female, and it's a really closely contested competition this year. So who knows? One of these two teams that we're watching now could well be fighting it out for the first place position that the commanding officer here at 2 Signal Regiment will be announcing this evening at 19:30 hours. So we'll stick with them just as they both get across the line for the mixed team. 15 Sigs looking really happy for Team 1, thank you. And then we will, once everybody's safely across the line, we will move to the holding screen and give you the results without the times, obviously. So in terms of distance then, for the two you can see, we've got 15 Signal Regiment at the AK point, 71 are just behind. So it's actually quite close. So it'll be interesting to see whether 71 can sort of dial it up now for these last couple of kilometres. And I'm sure the team that are going to be encouraging 71 Sigs on to try and hunt down and chase 15 Signal Regiment Team 2 as we get towards the end of the race. '71 Sigs at 9k now. So we're with the final two competitors at the moment, and they both make up two of the five mixed team. So you know their times are absolutely critical to the overall mixed team event. As I understand it, 71 Sigs are inside the last kilometre now, so it's going to be close to see who does win out of these two. Okay, so we're just finishing off event 3, and which has been the 10k row. And what we're doing now is we're just finishing off the final two competitors to come through. Really difficult challenge in terms of environmental conditions to do this event. As you probably appreciate, rowing at max effort for 40-45 minutes for these two competitors now is extremely challenging, especially with the heat. And you can see a lot of plug-in fans being set up as well to try and help the competitors. But it's a fantastic effort from both teams. Both those teams remaining are in the mixed event category, so there is a lot to play for here. There's only 5 teams in that category, so it's absolutely key that they work as hard as they can to get the best time that they can for their team. About the event 4 timing, we are looking to go live at, or when I say live, I say my commentary, at around about 13:50, and we will start the event then on Zwift at 1400. That'll be much the same way as event 1 and 2, where it'll be a holding pen, and you'll see each team's avatar displayed there, warming up and getting going. It'll be interesting this time because for some teams they'll be carefully selecting a different bike to reflect the different terrain they're on as well. Okay, just as we look at the last two teams then, 15 Sigler Regiment, Team 2 are into the last kilometre, which is great. 71 are really striding it out now, which means they must be very close to the finish to be pushing that last bit of effort. But it's great to see both teams. Really see the effort dialing up now, and that's the finishing time. That's 71.6 finish. I can just see the screenshot being taken there by the admin team. So just got 15 Sigler Regiment now, Team 2. So really they need to be emptying the tank now if they haven't already, but I think she absolutely has, to get every single last bit of energy out there to keep the team competitive for the mixed team event as we stay with 15 Sigler Regiment. Hopefully just a few minutes work now, maybe less than 5. And that will be all rounds complete for event 3. But fantastic result for everyone who's competed it, particularly challenging event. Well done, 71.6, and continue to say well done for 15 Siglement T2, who are just finishing off now, and hopefully the last few minutes. Final push now. Well done for 15 Sigler Regiment, Team 2, as she closes in on the 10k point. Well done. And that is almost us at the end of event 3 for the RaceTheSun competition 2021, which has been delivered virtually. For those you've not heard or are wondering what the RaceTheSun competition is about, it started in 1994, and it's designed as a readiness competition to measure the fitness or maintain the fitness of soldiers in 2 Sigler Regiment back in the mid-90s. From there, it's obviously grown, and this year will be its 28th iteration of the competition. It's very much a firm favourite in the core calendar now. It normally would be 16 or 17 legs of every flavour you can imagine around the York surrounding area. But with the COVID constraints this year, we are doing it virtually, and we're doing it remotely. And that's allowed us to start to reintroduce these core activities. It's that competitive edge that we've missed for the last 12 to 18 months. And we're doing that using Zwift platforms, which you'll see at 1400, and also using the Zoom conferencing app, which we've all used to good effect for team building, etc. Well, we're using that for this conference now, for this event now, and it's worked really well. And we're just with 15 Sigler Regiment T2 now, and she absolutely empties the tank to finish off her participation in this 10k row, which is an absolutely brutal effort when you're going flat out for so long in a warm, stuffy gym. So we're with Lance Corporal Ward from 15-6 Team 2. Almost over the line now. Fantastic effort. And once she concludes the race, we'll end for event 3. And we will then start the preparations for the next event, which will be the 5th. And that's her over the line. Well done. Fantastic result. And you can see from the look on her face, she's absolutely exhausted. And just like a lot of the competitors, they've absolutely gone balls out to empty the tank, and you can't ask any more than that. We will now cut to a quick advertisement for a couple of minutes. And
in the
we're back with you
army,
shortly.
we get asked to be pushed to the limits, both physically and mentally. And the harder that we get pushed to the limit is what I love. I am Warrant Officer Class 2 Michelle Margery. I've served on operations in Bosnia, Afghanistan and Iraq. I'm married to a serving soldier. He's also in the Royal Signals, and we have 2 small children. It's hard being a mother in the army, but it's fulfilling, you know, and rewarding at the same time. It's a real privilege for me to be given this role. I think it's really important that the soldiers have such good role models, and if I can have an effect or an impact on the way that they are going to behave in the future, then that's a real honour for me.
Welcome back. We are about to transition to the start line, and here we are. We're about to transition to the start line for the start of event 4 RaceTheSun Virtual 2021. This is a 15-mile mountain bike race on Zwift, so it's a little bit shorter than the road race. But as anyone who's mountain biked it before will tell you, it's a little bit harder going, a little bit slower on a mountain bike than it is a road race. You can see all the competitors lined up, ready to go now. For those who've just joined in watching Zwift for the first time, you've got a time in the top right-hand corner counting down, currently about 1:15 seconds. Once that hits 0, all the avatars that you can see in front of you now will set off and move forward. Some of them, when it hits 0, you may notice set off at a slightly different time. That will not be reflected in their finishing time. It's just a glitch in the software application, but the time they are set off or released from the pen will be the start time. So when they finish, the time will automatically be calculated. So there is no advantage, disadvantage of what I'm trying to say. The equipment that we're using then is the Wattbike Trainer or Wattbike Pro, which is a common piece of equipment across all military gymnasiums. So that's to make sure that everybody has got an equal opportunity and and no advantage compared to somebody if they were to strap their racing bike on a smart turbo, for example. You'll see then that yes, it's a mountain bike stage, but it's up to the individual to select a mountain bike, and many of them have opted to do just that, and that will give them an advantage, a speed advantage, as we move on to the more difficult terrain. I can't see whether everybody has, but it is a personal preference. And off we go. That's the mass start. Don't worry too much about the ones who started a little bit earlier. Again, as I said, it will be corrected during the event. And you can see there's a big sprint going on initially, just like in event 2 on the road race. If you look over to the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the running order as we set off and the watts per kilo. So quite often in road racing and mountain biking, teams will make a really, really big high effort for the first few minutes in order to create a lead, which they'll try and then essentially just hang on to for dear life. And that's what we're seeing now. So we're going to probably see for the front few teams a really, really big effort. We're looking at 2 Signal Regiment C team. So Captain Chris Loynes, and he is sitting at 4 watts per kilo, and he's doing just that. He's going to try and essentially force a gap between as many teams as possible, and then there'll be a point where they hold, sit back a little bit, and then they have a sustained pace that they can hold pretty much for the whole event. Just behind him then we've got 14636 Strensel Station. Harrogate is up there again, 22.6 and 15.16.2. 216 are within spitting distance of the Foundation College, and they really need to keep close tabs on them from a minor unit perspective. So we're up at the front there, and we've got a bunch of about 2, 4, 5, about 5 teams now, and these should all work together to benefit from the aerodynamic advantage of working in a group. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you're out racing and you're by yourself, you have to deal with the headwind and your speed is reduced. By cycling in a group, like what we can see here, those behind the front rider will benefit from from being shielded essentially and being able to draft. What does that look like in the game? It just means that you will go that little bit faster if you're in a group than if you were on your own. So it really is beneficial for this front team here to all support each other, work hard, and then you can very quickly put a lot of time into stragglers behind you. And if we look down the pecking order, you know, we've got 11 Signal Brigade, 71, 15 that are already dropping 10 seconds behind. And that's as a result of this cumulative effort from the front runners here. It's a little bit shorter, this race. it's 15 miles instead of 20, but you will. But it will take a little bit longer because, as you can see now, we've transitioned onto a dirt track. So the rough terrain just means that if you're going a little bit slower like you would do in real life. This is where, if a team had selected a drop handle bike, then they would really be struggling with the speed, as you would expect in real life. So a drop handle or road racing bike is fantastic for on smooth tarmac roads, but things rapidly go downhill if we go off road, and that's why a lot of teams have decided to go for the mountain bike for this event. It wasn't mandatory, it was an option that teams had to think about and considered. So this is a result of their analysis, and all the bikes you can see there are a little bit different. If you look up in the top left-hand corner, you can see watts per kilo. So for those of you unfamiliar about watts, what that means, that's essentially the power output of the rider on the cycle on the watt bike. So the harder you pedal and more aggressively you pedal, the higher watt output. Now, obviously, if you're a heavier rider, then you have, because of your weight, you have the ability to push down a bigger amount of watts. But that doesn't necessarily translate into a faster ride or race. What's important to consider is the Zwift algorithm, and that considers the rider's weight, which has been entered by the competitors and assured by us, against their power. So if somebody who's 90 kilos is pushing 400 watts, well, somebody who is 80 kilos pushing 400 watts would be travelling faster because there is less resistance on them to move forward. And certainly when you come to a gradient in hills, there'll be obviously less gravity will have less of an effect on the individual. So the idea is, if you're strong and you're light, you will do well at this event, is pretty much a good sort of assumption to make. Sticking with the front group then, and we're watching 71 Signal Regiment, and they are with 11 Sig Brigades, 2 Signal Regiment B Team, 13 Signal Regiment, and again they've bunched up. A good move to do. If they can work together, they've got the best chance of catching that front group now that are some 10 seconds ahead of them. So we're with the race leading group, 2 Signal Regiment C Team, so Captain Chris Loynes, 250 plus watts, really strong. But we're just starting to get 22 Signal Regiment moving ahead now, and along with 14 Signal Regiment. Sorry, we're just starting to get 22 Signal Regiment now, having a little bit of a 5-second gap, and that's, if you look at the gradient in the top right, and that's because we're on a climb. So it's a 3% climb at the moment. So this is where the cyclists who are that little bit lighter are really going to benefit, because if you're a heavy rider and you're powerful, you are just going to be slowing right down. Not anything to do with your strength in your legs. It's just your weight is working against you, and you can see that with Captain Chris Loynes, really strong rider, but just being slowed down a little bit. And you can see that he's having to push out 4 watts per kilo and he's in some cases he's struggling to hold some of the riders who have got significant less watts per kilo. So it's a really tough one. Obviously, the slightly heavier rider weight turns into an advantage when you're on the downhill, and that can be used to your advantage. So we'll go with race leader. 230 watts on the downhill. So often the downhill is an opportunity to just soft pedal a little bit and recoup. But obviously you risk getting caught by those who are willing to push behind you. But we've got Foundation College Harrogate in first place, 14 Signal Regiment second, 22 in third, and then there's a little bit of a gap, a 6-second gap. 4 miles in now, 4 miles in out of the 15. And we're starting to see those little groups form now, but not big time differences. You know, so there is probably not going to be a lot of big losses in terms of time for this event. It's short, it's sharp, it's high intensity, but if you bury yourself and you're not a natural cyclist, you can still limit your losses, so you can remain competitive. So we're with a bit of a group here. This is 2 Signal Regiment B team. So yeah, we're selfishly from a 2 Signal Regiment perspective, we're all 3 teams are doing pretty well. That's good. But they're in a group together. But there is a gap now breaking up between those front 3. 14-6 Foundation College Harrogate and 22-6 are, you know, they're pushing towards 15 seconds now. And that's a good solid group now, working together. 230 watts, absolutely sustainable. They can hold that as a 3 now for another, probably say another 25 minutes. If they can just hold that, then you know they're going to be difficult to catch. So that little feather you can see next to the rider on the main view now, that's one of the in-game extras. So when you go through certain parts of the race, everybody gets, it's like a little bonus. You have a feather, you have like a little picture of a truck, and what it does, it gives you randomly a small advantage on a particular thing. So a feather, as you probably guessed, makes you temporarily a little bit lighter for about 20-30 seconds. You've got a drafting boost, which means you just travel travel a bit faster, and you've also got a towing boost as well, which is where you can just require to expend less effort to move at a faster speed. These are given to every competitor at random via the game, and it's up to you when you use them. So if you know, for example, that there is a steep hill right at the end of the race, and you've been given the feather extra, you can save that towards the end and really use that to maximise your sprint towards the end to benefit from that extra bonus. So there's tactics to play with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. When for the virtual road racing series that has played a big part of lockdown, when you use these sprints or when you use these extras, they've been like a carefully calculated move with a number of teams. So it will be interesting to see how the teams participating today will use that bonus, or whether they just fire it off recklessly or not. So we're on a climb now, 4%er, and this is the lead group. So Harrogate, 22, 14, and then pretty much a 20-second gap to the next group, which is 2 Signal Regiment A, 15 Team 1, 11 Brigade, and just hanging on 71. And then behind them we've got a group around about the same of the other two Signal Regiment teams, 30 and Strensel Station. Okay, we're just going to scroll through a couple of the other competitors, see how they're getting on. Here we are with 36. Down with 16, who are riding stag at the moment, but have got a good lead ahead of some of the other teams, so well placed at the moment. We're with 21-6 at the moment. Sorry, we're within 16 Signal Regiment at the moment. So the key really for them at the moment is to try and catch up with 13-6, and then if they can work as a pair, they can start reining in 2 Signal Regiment B and C team. They're in a pair, and it's just, as I said before, that much harder to pull them back. So really for 16 and 13, it's about getting together and just trying to rein in the other teams. Okay then, so as we pass the 6 mile point, we're just going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
I'm Corporal Natasha Zali, and I'm a training corporal at 11 Signal Regiment. My job is to guide, support and mentor the Phase 2 trainees throughout their time here at Blandford. As a training corporal, you'll be asked to advice on trade, military and life skills by the Phase 2 soldiers. When giving the advice, you must be professional, honest and respectful to each individual. Day-to-day life can be testing in this role. However, focus on the main goal, which is to coach and mentor the soldiers that you are responsible for and make them ready for the field army.
Welcome back. We are watching Strensel Station, just going over the 6 mile point. They've been riding now for 17.5 minutes, and they're up on the climb, 3% climb, which is indicated by the gradient up in the top right. It's just leveling off now. We're going to start cutting soon to the couple of the Zwifters that are cycling at the moment via the Zoom, and we'll be looking at that shortly. Okay, so we're looking at, we're just having a little bit of different stream this time. So on the right, we've got 15 Signal Regiment Team 1, the Zoom stream. So that's them real time burying themselves, and that's their avatar displayed to them on the left. Now that's WO2 Savile you can see in front of you there, pushing out an impressive 240 watts, 90 RPM, which is sort of ideal really. They recommend sort of between 85 and 95 RPM for a sustained effort, and he is holding that well, and he's sort of pushing up to 250 plus watts. He's in a pair with 2 Signal Regiment A team, and they are trying to rein in 14, 6, 22, but really Harrogate are the team to watch at the moment. They put a further 8 seconds into 22. Oh, sorry, 7 seconds into 22, 6, and again they're looking really, really strong. So we're on the downhill now, but we're coming up to a climb as we cross over this wooden bridge. And it's straight into a 7% climb now. So the speed you'll see on the riders now will slow right down. And this is where the heavier riders will start to really struggle a little bit. But that's only a short climb. And it's back onto the dirt track again then, as they head off into the jungle in Watopia. For those of you who are looking at Zwift for the first time and you're interested in using it, I'm not plugging it. I'm not on commission or anything, but it's an application I've used for a number of years, and it really does remove the monotony of treadmills and running machines. You can lose yourself in games like this for quite easily an hour plus, and it's all good fizz, and it's compatible with your mobile phone or your tablet, and when it works with your treadmills if you get a foot pod, or the watt bikes that are in most of the gyms around the core anyway. So it's a good app to use. It's $12.99 a month, rolling contract, so you can turn it on for winter when you don't really want to cycle outside, or if you're on rehab or whatever, and then you can commit to it on a month by month basis. So it is something that's worth looking at, and as you can see from the graphics, it's quite an immersive, interactive experience. You can do training programs, you can do formal races, or you can just ride on your own. The formal races is obviously what we've used for the competition today, and it works really well. The Zwift program itself delivers races, and because it delivers races and competitions, it has to be done in a safe way, or it has to be done in a way that can be assured so that it's fair for everybody. And the way they do that is they insist on wearing a heart rate monitor, which is what we've insisted on with the races, and also an accurate weight entry so that we can measure the watts per kilo of each competitor. That's important because the algorithm for Zwift requires accurate weight entry, so it can give you your watts per kilo, and it uses that to calculate your speed. So false entries. So a false entry in terms of weight would give an inaccurate reading on your watts per kilo, which is something the race coordinators here in York are looking out for. So any abnormal readings that would indicate a potential false entry is something that we will be looking at as part of our assurance program. Over halfway then for Strensel Station. Okay, then we'll just have a quick flick through. We're with 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, and we'll go for a live stream as well with Pegasus and Bellerophon riding on their shoulder in 216 SHQ, which is great to see. Fantastic venue and setup they've got there. They're through the 7 mile point then. And you're looking at Lance Corporal Bowles, who's competing there for 216.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Living the dream. He's not even holding the handlebars now. He's that good. Quick cut to 21-6. So if you don't know what 21 Signal Regiment are, they're located up at Azuma Barracks, up just outside, about 12 miles outside Bath. Nice part of the world, and they are competing today in the main major units competition. So one of 12 teams. It's Lance Corporal Gwilyn. Apologies if I mispronounced that. We're seeing it at the moment. And a good sort of 200 plus watts getting pushed out, getting grinded out by 21-6 at the moment. They're kind of in the middle at the moment. As you can see, they're a minute behind 216, 40 seconds ahead of 11-6. So for the time being, I think this team they're going to be riding Singleton. So it's going to be a bit of a lonely experience for them for the time being, but they're not the only one. There's a few that's got like that. Okay, so a quick look to 14 Signal Regiment, and great to see the commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Fogarty there, living the dream. So 14-6 then, they are in a group with 15 Signal Regiment Team 1 and 22-6. So good bunch there working together and hunting down Harrogate, who have got a 20-second advantage. Quick shoot over to Bramcote 30 Signal Regiment, and There we go. We've got a fantastic setup. We've got a great setup there, yeah, great performance from them so far. We're looking at Staff Sergeant Sumner there, digging in as he gets over the 10-mile point. So what we'll do now is we'll just have a look on Zoom over to, sorry, not on Zoom, over to Zwift, to the race leaders on Zwift, and see how the front pack are getting on.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
So we're with the race leaders, Harrogate. 25-second lead over 15 Signal Regiment Team 1. And they and then you've got 15-6 Teams 1 paired with 14-6, who've then got a bit of a gap over 2 Signal Regiment A Team and then 11 Brigade, and then there's a little bit of gap going over to 2 minutes, then we're headed up by 30. So if you're just logging on, this is RaceTheSun 2021, delivered virtually via the Zwift, Discord and Zoom platforms. This is event 4 of 5, and this is a 15-mile mountain bike race. Previously what we've had, it started at 07:30 this morning. We started with a half marathon, 13.1 miles. Then at 10:30 we did the road race on the virtual race, and that was a 20-mile road race. We did a 10k row at 12:30. And then we're now on event 4, which is the 15-mile mountain bike race. Everything's queued up nicely now for event 5, which will start at 1600, which is the 28-mile loaded march or loaded run, depending on how you approach it as a team, with 15 kilos. This is what will obviously decide the competition, but from in terms of time, I think that's where we'll see the biggest swings. We're expecting most people to get in under 150 AFT pace, AFT weight, old money, obviously. But the quicker ones who are robust enough to be able to pretty much run 8 miles with a Bergen on the back, we're looking at maybe 120s, sub 120 for 8 miles. So some of the units with individuals who've got that sort of that fitness in the locker could make 30 minutes up in time over some of the other teams. So it should be really interesting to see how the pendulum swings as we get towards the closing events. From there, once that finishes, I'm expecting that all to be wrapped up by 1800-ish. We'll then have a consolidation as race organisers, and then we're going to be going live via this link that you're on now at 19:30, where the commanding officer of 2 Signal Regiment will, as he would do traditionally in RaceTheSun, address all of you and announce the winners. There's 3 categories: major unit, minor unit and mixed unit, and we've got a total of 22 teams from 19 units or formations across the Corps, but also around the region as well. So it should be a really a really interesting end to the day. Okay, so on your screen now then, we're with 3DSR, the War Fighting Division Signal Regiment based down in Bulford, and we've got Corporal Thorpe here digging out blind in what looks like the squash court down in Bulford, so not the coldest of rooms to do that event, if I'm honest. I'd have preferred to be in the air-conditioned gym that they got recently built last year. But that's a perfect time, as I wish him best of luck for the remaining few miles to cut to a 3DSR video from their recent exercise to warfighter in America. Enjoy. Welcome back. We're with the race leaders, Army Foundation College Harrogate. They're entered into the minor units competition and have performed really well across all the events. So, without giving too much away, they're absolutely one of the front runners for the minor units competition. They lead 15-6, 14 and 22 by well over 30 seconds now cumulatively, and that group of three have then got a 20-second gap over 11 Brigade, 2-6A team and 16-6. So the bunches have stayed pretty stable, and the gaps haven't opened up too much. But really, when you get down towards 30 Signal Regiment onwards, we're looking at 3.5 minutes that some of the teams are losing to the front runners here. So it remains really tight. It's been tight for the last three events, but what I would say for it is absolutely all to play for when we go into the Bergen tab for the final event. A strong performance from any team, from any of the top third teams, and if they have somebody who can pretty much double the majority of the 8 miles, there's going to be places. There's going to be significant swings in terms of placing, I think, for that final event. So, good times. So with the race leaders, Harrogate, 1 mile to push, barring a flat tyre, which doesn't happen on Zwift. They are probably going to win this, and they've got a 30-second lead over 15-6 Team 1. Obviously, I said that they were in the minor units competition. No one's even close to them on the screen, so they've put in excess of 4 or 5 minutes from what I can see. Who's the next one in. Yeah, you're looking at the next smallest competitors, I think 71, so they put 3.5 minutes into the next closest team in their category, so it's another strong performance from them. If we look at the major units then, 15-6 Team 1, again, really, really good performance. 14, very strong. 22, good performance. So, it's 15 is there and thereabouts, so they're really sort of dominating the... without looking at the results overall and compiling them, they appear to be dominating a lot of the events, so they've done really well. So we're about to drop off from Harrogate. That's them about to finish the line, cross the line. As discussed before, from a streaming perspective, we can't be with the team that crosses the line because it just essentially presents issues with our streaming once they come out of the race. So we have to drop off them. But Harrogate have finished first, and really now we're looking at 15-6. Who to cross the line? Who are they've got about a 25-second lead over 14, and we're with 14-6 now. They've got a little bit of a buffer ahead of 22, so I think it's pretty much where that's going to stay now. And this is a really good performance for the front runners. 41 minutes for the 15 mile on a mountain bike off road is good. We were predicting after the rehearsals anything under an hour would be good. So for some of them to come in on or around 40 minutes is demonstrates a really big effort from some talented individuals. (16.6) riding Singleton at the moment, stuck between just ahead of 30 Signal Regiment, and when we're now with a pair 30 and 71, so pedaling together, quicker way to get round, absolutely. But it'd be interesting to see which one of these, as we enter the last mile, will make a late run for it to get the kudos of finishing ahead. Okay, 71, second ahead of 30. Don't know whether 30 you're going to let them get away with that or not, but as a pair, they're racing now as we get into the last half mile. You'll see who starts dialing it up. You'll be able to see the watts per kilo on in the green screen at the back there. So 71 are pushing up to 3 watts per kilo, just over. Interesting to see if 36 have got it in the tank to respond. We will see for the last few hundred metres. (16.6) about to cross the line then. Strong performance from them as they finish emptying the tank just over 4.5 watts per kilo. And then we've got 71 and 30 now starting a little sprint between them, so we might as well watch this a little bit. We'll probably have to cut back actually, but it looks like they're going for it for a final sprint. But we'll drop back and look at strength and station. So we're just watching the final third of the teams coming in for event 4 from RaceTheSun. We're with Strensel Station at the moment. 2 Signal Regiment B team have just finished. And we're watching 2 Signal Regiment C team as they enter the last mile. So at the conclusion of this event, we'll put up a holding slide that will rotate the top finishers from each of the events. We haven't given you the times, because we want to kind of save that for the competition at the end. Bit of suspense, as you would expect. And that the announcements and the award ceremony, so to speak, will be done virtually on Zoom. So the stream that you're watching now will be absolutely fine to watch. And that'll start at 19:30 hours, and that'll be addressed, and that will start and be delivered by Commanding Officer of 2 Signal Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel J. Balfour. There'll be 3 categories, and 3 awards to be announced, and he will announce 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place, starting with the mixed, going on to the minor, and then finally the major units. And all teams will be on a Zoom conference. But before we can get to that, we absolutely have to conclude the competition. And as we close off the last few teams from event 4, the big one coming up is at 1600, which is the 8-mile Bergen tab with 15 kilos. This will, as I mentioned before, probably see quite potentially a big swing in team places. Some people, we should expect most people to get in under 2 hours, because it's the same weight and conditions, essentially, distance as you would have for what was the old AFT. But certainly the fitter members might be looking to run the majority of this, so we could even see times where, sub 120 for some of the fittest teams. So you could see some really big swings in team positions, certainly with the major units. So all to play for as we go into the final event. Watching the final teams then, coming up to the finishing line. So it's 15 miles this, so these two core headquarters, Royal Signals core headquarters down in Blogford. They're coming to the last 0.2 of a mile and are really ramping it up. Now pushing out over 300 watts. And we are closely followed by 216 parachute signal. Well, not closely followed. Behind them are 216, about 46 seconds down on them. There's a bit of a gap then, about 3 minutes before we're coming to the next bunch of 21, then 11, 39, and then we've got a couple of teams towards the end before we finish. So we'll just cut to 11 Signal Regiment mixed team, Lance Corporal Marlowe there. Last 1.2, 1.3 miles to go. And for her, yeah, big effort. She's part of the mixed team then for 11-6. And there's 5 teams in the mixed team this year, and we'll just go through them now. You've got 2 Signal Regiment. You have the 11 Signal Regiment, which obviously we're watching at the moment, 15, 71, and then we've got headquarters. So there was no direction given out, or no stipulation, should I say, on which event male or females had to participate in. The only direction was it had to be a mixed team, and you could play each competitor to their strengths in whatever event you and we are just seeing now closing stages for the event 4 competition. Last 2 miles, 3 miles for 1 Signal Regiment, just under. So we're expecting competition in the next few minutes, all competitors to get over. From there then the focus will switch onto the final event, the Bergenshausen, that starts at 1600 hours. Introduced 5 minutes before though by our Corps Colonel. So I invite you all to tune in a few minutes beforehand to listen to Colonel Brooks give his best wishes to the competitors as we push towards the final event, and that'll be 5 minutes to 4, so 15:55. Okay, welcome back. We're just with the final teams finishing off the event 4. For those of you who are just joining us, event 5, the tab 8-mile tab starts at 1600 hours. We've got a little bit of a gap now once this event closes down, and then after that will be the race announcements, race results at 19:30 hours with the commanding officer here at 26. It'll be done via this link, so you just need to simply click on this link again, and yeah, you'll be able to view that. We're expecting, although there's been a strong performance across all 4 events from a number of teams, we're expecting some big swings to come on the final event. And just by the nature of a lot of the events in the first 4 events, teams haven't been able to take massive amounts of time out of each other. So, but I think in the final event we will see some big changes. But more to follow on that. Okay, we're just waiting for one signal regiment to finish. 0.4 of a mile left. And that's them all done, almost. And that will conclude event 4, RaceTheSun. 22 teams, 176 competitors from 19 units or formations around the core and also externally through formations around the local area as well. I've competed so far, and it's been fabulous to watch and really interesting. Round's complete. So congratulations, 1-6 on finishing event 4. So we will now cut to a holding screen where we're going to start to put the results up for you. We won't show the times as previously discussed. So that's going to be part of the suspender at 19:30 hours. The next time for you then, it will be displayed on a holding screen coming up shortly, but it is at 1600. Tune in 5 minutes before for a message from our core colonel. Thank you.
Team, deliberate fire!
I'm a sergeant instructor delivering the Corporal Army Leadership Development Program military training course, which is delivered here at 11th Signal Regiment. The course is Pan-Army, so regardless of corps, all junior NCOs now will receive equal training.
The first week comprised of building knowledge on effective communications, problem solving and decision making. These skills are the basics required for me to be an effective junior commander.
The second week focuses on basic close combat skills. This helps us as a junior NCOs develop leadership skills while working under pressure of operating in the field. The key skills developed here include assimilating and disseminating relevant information, command and control of a section, and being an effective team member.
The course is challenging both mentally and physically. However, the seniors that facilitate and deliver this course have developed my knowledge and experience. I now feel a much confident junior commander.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2.
I'm glad we did the rehearsal.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final event for the 2021 RaceTheSun competition. Then we're about to start in 3.5 minutes, 8 mile Bergen tab, 15 kilos. Before we do, we will just cut to our corps colonel, Colonel Brooks, for a few words of encouragement before the final event starts.
Hi everybody, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes of your time just to stress the importance of the corps family and indeed connecting across the corps through events like this. It's what we'll have to do in warfighting, and so connecting is absolutely key. It's also part of belonging, and it's really important in the time of this pandemic, especially for our junior soldiers just joining units, to understand they're part of something bigger than just a squadron, just a regiment, but as part of the corps. So this is a really vital part of our calendar, and I'm really grateful for 2 Signal Regiment for putting it on. You know, as soldiers, we make stuff happen, and we make stuff happen despite whatever's going on around us. And operating like this, finding a different way during the pandemic to still do this activity is absolutely great. It's a win. Brilliant. To do it technically by virtual means, embracing the technology, that's what we're about as a corps. So the extra effort that people have put in to research and make this happen and make it workable is absolutely brilliant as well. And many thanks to the soldiers in 2 Signal Regiment that have gone that extra mile to make it happen. Now it's over to you, the competitors, the participants. You've got to go the extra mile, or go faster, go harder as part of this race. It's yes, connecting, but for today, it's you. Do it as part of a team. Get on with it. Come on, let's go for it. Go!
And welcome back. 90 seconds to go until the start of Event 5 on the RaceTheSun competition 2021. 8 mile Bergen tab, 15 kilos, best effort. All hinges on this race, really. We're expecting some big gaps to open up here for the stronger runners who can move quickly with weight. Although I can't give you the results, I can say that there are teams that are close enough in terms of times to experience significant position changes if they can produce a good result today. So it genuinely is all to ride for. None of the 3 categories, major, minor or mixed, are nailed down at all. This event can change, can blow it all wide open. So it really is all to play for. Everybody then will be, the stream you'll see then will be complemented by a Zwift stream, a Zoom stream as we get going. And we're expecting most people to finish under 2 hours. The quickest ones, dare I say, sub 120 for the really strong ones. Let's see who those ones are, and they should present themselves quite early on. I'm expecting, as per the last few events, a sudden surge initially, so we should see who the front runners are who are going to hold that pace. Remember, some of the teams do set off slightly early because of the glitch in the Zwift application, but it does correct it for the final time, and that's us all going off now. So as we set off then, we have a few front runners as you would expect. 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, mixed team. 2 Signal Regiment B team. 14 Signal Regiment 22, Strensel Station, all doing a fast sprint earlier on. There's a few different trains of thoughts with the approach in running with weight. A lot of us can, some of us will be maybe familiar with the 2 miler, which a lot of us can do, which some people can do in under 18 minutes, but that really does empty the tank. So there is pros and cons to going hard early and getting a gap, and then of course when you're considering moving with weight, there is also those who apply a steadier pace, slowly shuffling for the duration, and we'll see which one proves successful as the competition goes on. What I'm expecting to see then is the fastest runners, or the fastest tabbers, shuffling as much as they can with the Bergen, and then occasionally tabbing just to catch the breath back. The ones middle of the pack will do a combination of two, and then the ones sort of towards the bottom third will do the majority of the event from the tabbing position. The treadmill's set to 0%, so there's no incline, so you can hopefully get a rhythm nice and early and hold that, and that's really the key. Now, for those of you who've not tabbed with or doubled with weight before, there is an art to it. It is about keeping the upper body quite rigid, allowing for or preventing movement with the Bergen, and keeping your arms quite fixed as well. This prevents counter rotation on the shoulders, and which can be counterproductive and cause excessive degradation. So you will see some of the runners or tabbers as we go through the Zoom conferencing with quite a rigid upper body, and that's an efficient way to do it. They don't want to be running excessively, because again it burns out the thighs. So it's a shuffle. It feels like a shuffle, and there's not a lot of up and down movement. So that's really the most efficient way to get across the 8 miles without hitting a wall. Some people will have variations for that, and if we have anybody who's really strong, of course some of them may be able to disprove everything I've just said. But that is generally what you're expecting to see from most people. So we're going to cut to our first Zoom stream, which is 14 Signal Regiment, one of the airborne fraternity. Great to see, and they have got a nice routine going, shuffling and approaching the half-mile point, averaging a good pace, just slightly behind 15 Signal Regiment and ahead of 22. Again, when you look at how to pack the Bergen, sometimes some people will prefer to compress the weight as much as possible and have the Bergen, a short back Bergen, as small as possible, sitting on the upper part of your back. And again, it stops counter rotation and excessive tiring on the hips. But ultimately it's each to your own, and the straps nice and tight so that you can minimise movement and bouncing around. Okay, 0.6 a mile for the front runners. 15 Team 2, 11 Sig Brigade, Captain Adam Flewitt, 2 Signal Regiment B Team, 22 6 and 2 Signal Regiment C Team. So great. Foundation College Harrogate, a little bit further back, averaging 9-minute miles. Quick look at 2 Signal Regiment here in York. We've got the 3 teams there competing. I'm just behind that camera in my lap of luxury. So that's the 3 teams we've got there, and yeah, we've been based up pretty much here for the whole event, with all the apparatus set upstairs here at Info Barracks. We're looking at 14 SIGs now, race leaders, holding a really good pace as we go towards this first mile. and we're looking at them looking at 14.6. So quick check. That is Corporal Grey 14 Signal Regiment. Setting a good pace. Early doors. Flick over to Azimuth Barracks, 21 Signal Regiment, and we're looking at Corporal Tinsley, who's holding a good pace, 9-minute miles, as we go towards the first mile. So we're looking at 15 Signal Regiment Team 1. A really solid performance they've had throughout the competition, and they are looking to really be competitive and go for that top award of a major unit winner, and it will be the performance in this event that will dictate whether they can how close they are to finishing first. Quick look at 13. Again, 4 solid performances from 13-6 throughout all the events today. So them 15 Foundation College Harrogate, 22, 21, all have been up and around there in a lot of the events. And now we're looking at 13 Signal Regiment. So that is Sergeant McCondy leading the way for 13-6 last event. So working hard on the treadmill with just under 7 miles to go. Looking now at Foundation College Harrogate, just under 9-minute miles, stable pace, good pace, certainly a sustainable one for the 8 miles if that's what they're planning to do. And remember that doubling with a Bergen is extremely fatiguing, and some people will choose a steadier pace but that they can sustain for 8 miles rather than sprinting off early doors and then having to break into a tab at some point. So there is a lot of different ways to approach this event. And Foundation College Harrogate, 9-minute miles, it's a good sustainable pace that maybe that they're planning to hold that shuffle pretty much for the full 8 miles. So we should see them as we get towards the second half of the event starting to pick off some of these teams. Lance Corporal Hamanta, 3 DSR. Great to see him doing well. And a good pace there at just under 11-minute miles again. That's something that he'll probably be looking to hold for the full 8 miles. So making a few assumptions that make people start to tire, we could probably see 3 DSR starting to creep up some of the teams later on. But he's looking stable, not particularly tired. Bergen's quite solid. He's just in his traps to make sure he's comfortable, but looks pretty in control. Quick look up the road at Strensel Station, Staff Sergeant Richards. Just over 10-minute miles, coming up to 1.5 miles in. And he's just taking the option quickly to tab. So as we come in towards 1.75 miles or 2 miles for the race leaders, quick recap of where we are. 14.6, holding at still a very strong pace as they come over the 2 mile point, and they've built up quite a bit of time now. They're only 12 seconds ahead of 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, so who have put in an amazing performance as the mixed team. So that's fantastic. 11 Signal Brigade in 3rd place. 2 Signal Regiment B team. 22.6, 2 Signal Regiment C, and then who we're watching now, 16.6. 216 just a little bit behind them, closing up. And again, I'm thinking 216 look as though the pace they're holding there is probably going to start seeing them picking off some of the teams. And it's early enough to do it. You know, they're chipping away at a minute, and if it's all about holding a pace that you can sustain, Where teams will really start to have issues is when they try and double to the point of discomfort for too long, and when you stop and start tabbing, your pace will just go through the floor, and it's all those people who can hold a sustained doubling pace that's not too fast, but it's not as slow as tabbing, could well be the ones who perform particularly well. Those people who've not done a lot of tabbing at this distance, or certainly shuffling, will be good for probably 3 to 4 miles. After the 5 to 6 mile point, that's where we could start to see some people explode, and it'll be interesting to see with the front runners who've gone off very fast, if any of them have got the endurance to sort of really keep up for 8 miles, because it's a fast pace the top 5 are holding at the moment. So what we'll do then is, as we're just settling into the event, almost 20 minutes in, we're just going to cut away to a short advert. See you in a couple of moments.
Charlie fire team, deliberate fire! Go!
I'm a sergeant instructor delivering the Corporal Army Leadership Development Program military training course, which is delivered here at 11th Signal Regiment. The course is Pan-Army. So regardless of corps, all junior NCOs now will receive equal training.
The first week comprised of building knowledge on effective communications, problem solving and decision making. These skills are the basics required for me to be an effective junior commander.
The second week focuses on basic close combat skills. This helps us as a junior NCOs develop leadership skills while working under pressure of operating in the field. The key skills developed here include assimilating and disseminating relevant information, command and control of a section, and being an effective team member.
The course is challenging both mentally and physically. However, the seniors that facilitate and deliver
so we've got
this
2 on 6 now.
Develop my knowledge
starting
and experience. I now feel a much confident junior commander.
Okay, welcome back. We're with 216 Parachute Signal Squadron in the virtual rain. They've in the time that we've been away on a break, then they've overtaken 16.6 now, and are holding a pretty good pace at sub 8 minute mile, and starting to focus on the C team of 2.6. At the moment, there's a minute gap there, so we're looking at it could be as much as at the moment it could be as much as 2 miles before they rein them in. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. If they're holding this pace, they have got potential to move up a couple of places, but when you start looking at the top 4, their pace at the moment, really, really strong.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, Mark!
So if you just tuned in for the first time today, this is the final event of the RaceTheSun competition in 2021. We are partway through, coming up to 3 miles of the 8 for the 8 mile Bergen tab with 15 kilos. The events that have already taken place this morning, half marathon first thing, followed by 20 mile road race, 10k row this afternoon, lunchtime, 15 mile mountain bike ride, and now we're at the 8 mile Bergen tab. Competition then of 22 teams is split between 3 categories: major unit, minor unit, and mixed. And we absolutely have a very close competition, and it can be split wide open with the performance from teams today. And already you can see we have opening up some big gaps. Yeah, there is 5 minutes getting put into some of the teams by the race leaders now, and we're not even 3 miles into what is an 8-mile race, so there could be some huge times getting put into the competition and really split the tables wide open. welcome back then. We're at the 3.5 mile point. Oh, well, no, we're not. We're almost at the 3.8 mile point for the lead team, which is 15 Signal Regiment Team 2. 14.6 dropped off a tiny bit. Now in second place. They're easing off, so they had a fast first start, and they're now sort of settling into a good race pace. We've got, so there is a little bit of a gap opening up now then between some of the other teams, and still some really strong paces as we go towards the halfway point. It should be interesting second half. Those people who've done a lot of doubling, if they're used to it and conditioned to it, they may well be able to hold it. Or if they're going into the red, this is where we could start to see things going a bit pear-shaped for some of the teams. But as you can see, compared to some of the other events we've witnessed, there is some big gaps opening up, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes, and that is blowing open all three categories. It really is. Okay, we're back in a couple of minutes. Just going to cut off to a quick advert and finishing with 11 Brigade.
Front left. Quick front left. Let's go. Yeah. Front left. Yeah. Come on, go. Get the hands up. Let's go. Fire. Leave it there. Rio.
We've come here last week to prepare for the new Foundation 1 course, which will start to run in March.
We've had a week of lessons, so we've had the first couple of days we did some BCS lessons, basic close combat skill lessons, for 2 days. And then we've moved on to communications lessons. We did communications recce's of potential staff working environment sites. And then we moved on to a round robin, where we had one section working in the staff working environment, and the other section doing a round robin of stands on the training area, testing their soldiers. Progressed on to a final attack at the end, where they were tested on the very end with their sort of communications and soldier skills.
Taught them the skills they require to live and survive and to fight in this environment and to communicate. We built them up. We then increased the tempo of the exercise. We made it more challenging. And we finished with a fully tactical exercise. Ultimately, we instill significant confidence into these young NCOs so that they can go from here and take the next generation of Royal Signal soldiers and prepare them for fighting future war.
I've just gained so much knowledge, just from basic military skills to operating skills. You can only learn so much in the classroom, but doing it practically, it just makes life so much easier, so then when you're in the field, you're more prepared.
The most challenging part for me was the weather element, but apart from that, I think it was alright.
I think it's really sowing a seed for the instructors that we tested on this exercise, for what is required on Foundation 1. They've got to understand the trade, absolutely.
Before joining the Royal Signals, I was involved in an apprenticeship, which was neither exciting nor challenging. The Royal Signals has given me the opportunity to complete a level 4 diploma in network engineering. I've completed basic training recently and I'm about to continue my training at a level signal regiment, building the foundations of my apprenticeship.
Prior to joining the Royal Signals, I worked in the apprenticeship industry, placing people on IT-based apprenticeships. Having the knowledge of many apprenticeships available, also understanding the direction of the Royal Signals and where the Corps is progressing, I was keen to become a signal soldier to be part of the constant challenge that this learning journey will take me on.
I compare my engineering apprenticeships with my civilian friends who are at university, developing large student debts. I'm learning new life skills that are transferable to any line of work. I work in a different environment weekly, which makes the apprenticeships more exciting, and I earn more than the average apprentice.
The developing as a Royal Signal soldier, learning to engineer and operate networks in the challenging environments all over the world encourages me to progress further.
In just 2 weeks I've conducted classroom-based learning, developing the fundamentals of the equipment I'll be required to engineer, then switching focus to operating and firing different weapon systems, also developing my basic soldering skills.
With my experience so far, the apprenticeships the Signals offer are interesting, challenging, and help to develop me as an individual and as a soldier.
Okay, you're with us at the moment then, and we are looking at the live stream of everyone competing on the tab. So we'll just come back to you shortly. Okay then, welcome back to the RaceTheSun competition 2021. We're on the final event, and we are currently watching a live stream of all the competitors as they head towards the second half of this competition. To give you an idea then of the running order, we currently have 11 Signal Brigade holding first place as they come towards the 5 mile point. We have 15 Signal Regiment Team 2 in second place, 14 Signal Regiment 2 minutes behind 11 Brigade, and then we have 2 Signal Regiment B Team, 22 Signal Regiment, and then 2 Signal Regiment C Team. So that's the running order at the moment. Not able to get the Zwift stream up just right now, so we're going to stay with the Zoom stream, so you can see all the competitors going, and I'm giving you live updates via an alternate ped from here in York. So, race leader then, 11 Signal Brigade, Captain Adam Flewitt. He's coming up to 5.25 miles then, and he's holding a steady, really strong pace, to be fair, and he's really assisting his team in the mixed minor units event, and he's putting some some real time into the other competitors. Second place, then we have 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, who are sort of a minute and a half down now on 11 Brigade, and a further minute behind them, a 14 Signal Regiment. And then we've got 2 Signal Regiment B Team, 22 Signal Regiment, 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, and then we've got another two Signal Regiment Team, the C Team. So some really strong performance here from the front runners who've pretty much been at the front throughout.
Before joining the Royal Signals, I was involved in an apprenticeship, which was neither exciting nor challenging. The Royal Signals has given me the opportunity to complete a Level 4 Diploma in Network Engineering. I've completed basic training recently and I'm about to continue my training at a Level Signal Regiment, building the foundations of my apprenticeship.
Prior to joining the Royal Signals, I worked in the apprenticeship industry, placing people on IT-based apprenticeships. Having the knowledge of many apprenticeships available, also understanding the direction of the Royal Signals and where the Corps is progressing, I was keen to become a signal soldier to be part of the constant challenge that this learning journey would take me on.
I compared my engineering apprenticeships with my civilian friends throughout university, developing large student debts. I'm learning new life skills that are transferable to any line of work. I work in a different environment weekly, which makes the apprenticeships more exciting, and I earn more than the average apprentice.
Developing as a Royal Signal soldier, learning to engineer and operate networks in the challenging environments all over the world encourages me to progress further.
In just 2 weeks, I've conducted classroom-based learning, developing the fundamentals of the equipment I'll be required to engineer, then switching focus to operating and firing different weapon systems, also developing my basic soldering skills.
With my experience so far, the apprenticeships the Signals offer are interesting, challenging, and help to develop me as an individual and as a soldier.
Welcome back to the final event of the RaceTheSun competition for 2021. We are heading towards, for the race leader anyway, the 6 mile point, so 3/4 of the way through. And wow, what a time. Just over 42 minutes for the race leader, 11 Signal Brigade. Yeah, we have a pretty solid running order now. 2 Signal Regiment, 15-6 Team 2, secure in second place. 2 Signal Regiment Team B have moved up, and they're in third place. 14 Signal Regiment in fourth place, and 22 Signal Regiment in fifth place. As we talked about before, then we're starting to sort of see some teams unravel a little bit now. Having the ones who've attempted to sort of double the whole event, this is where it starts to get really difficult, and we may see some pacers really drop off as some of the competitors have to resort to tabbing just to sort of do a regame. So you might see some of the teams who have done a slower, steadier pace start to move up, but looking at the times that most people can see, or that I'll tell you about now, 5 minutes, 6 minutes plus between teams. Is there enough miles left to make up those times? I'm not sure. So we will continue to show you the Zoom stream of everybody tabbing and running as they head towards the 8 mile point, and we look forward to seeing how these results impact on the final standings ahead of the event announcements, which will take place at 19:30 hours on this stream. Quick update then. No change in the front runners. 11 Brigade, first place. So they are minor unit team. 15 Signal Regiment, team 2. So mixed team. 2 Signal Regiment B team. That is the mixed team. 14 Signal Regiment major unit. 22 major unit and 216 minor unit. Before we have then 2 Signal and C team, and then Foundation College Harrogate. So there's the front runners, being pretty stable in those positions now for a few miles, and as we head towards for 11 Brigade the last mile and a half, it looks like, barring somebody really exploding, that's going to be the finishing running order. There's some big times in between the teams. 11 Brigade have put 2 minutes into 15.6, 2.5, nearly 3 minutes into 2.6, and 4.5 minutes into 14.6. So they really have. Captain Madden Fewlett really has made some great gains today for the competition. Okay then, so we'll just leave for a quick advert, as we leave all the teams, and the front leader is just passing the mile and the 6.5 mile point.
I remember having the papers in my hands. I was sat in the kitchen and you can see the contract. That moment of, do I sign the dotted line? Thinking that you'll be locked into this army world forever. Yeah, you have your ups and downs, but it's a life experience I wouldn't change. I'm Second Lieutenant Constable and Officer in the Royal Corps of Signals. My career started in 2010 as a Communications Systems Engineer. Throughout my career, I've travelled all over the world. I've done various training exercises to Jordan and 2 operational tours to Afghanistan. Being a woman in the army has its challenges. The enemy doesn't discriminate on whether you're female or not, which means you have to train hard, if not harder, to make sure that you're an asset within your team, not a weakness.
Welcome back. We are pushing towards the end for some of the front runners of Event 5. And the competition is being firmly dominated by 11 Signal Brigade, who are at 7.14 miles at the moment, and a phenomenal effort from them. 15 Signal Regiment Team 2 is in second place. They're at 6.8 miles, so they're just over 1.2 miles to go. Are closely followed by 2 Signal Regiment B Team at 6.8 miles as well. And then you've got 2 on 6 Parachute Signal Squadron at 6.4 miles. So they've got just over a mile and a half to go. They're paired with 22, and just behind them are 14 with 2 Signal C team behind them. So you're looking at a live stream then of all the competitors for RaceTheSun 2021 on Zoom, and they're all carrying a Bergen weighing 15 kilos, and they're completing best effort of 8 miles on a treadmill, which is pretty hot work. The running order then has been the same for for a few miles now. 11 Signal Brigade leading as they approach the 7.5 mile point at 54 minutes. And yeah, they've not stopped doubling through the whole event, which is pretty impressive. Followed them behind them is 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, which is a mixed team. 216 Parachute Signal Squadron are now up to third. So as predicted, they are reining them in. I don't think there is enough in the bank to for them to move up any further with the remaining time, but we shall see. So we're going back to the Zwift live stream. It's 7.64 miles for 11 Signal Brigade, who are sustaining a very strong pace, and they should be due to finish at this pace under an hour potentially. So it should be really good. We've got 2 Signal Regiment B team then, 2 minutes 28 down on them, who will go to now. And again, very strong pace, speed per minute, 7.5, sorry, which they're really up to that. 15 Signal Regiment Team 2, very strong start, first few miles, but that pace is dropping off now. And it's just the reality of what happens when you move with at speed with a Bergen. Sooner or later, the wheels start to come off, and 15, very strong, very fast start, and it's just sort of really getting difficult now towards the end, but still a very strong effort. 216 consistently just dialed that pace up and moved through the positions and are now up to 4th place. Well, if we can go to 216 actually now. Yeah, we are. We'll have a watch for them. They've got a bit of a gap over 22. But again, they're 3 minutes behind 15 now, so I think the key thing for 216 now is to put as much time into Harrogate as possible. As we look down, as you look to the screen on the right hand side, then you can see some huge times opening up. 10 plus minutes opened up from some of the teams, and this will, as I said before, will create some big changes on across all three categories of major unit, minor unit, and mixed. So whatever we've got now is almost going out the window as we look to update the final results post event 5, and from there then we'll be going live via this stream at 19:30 hours with the Commanding Officer of 2 Sigma Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Balfour, who will announce the winners from all 3 categories. That'll be on this channel, so it's the same stream, the same link that you've been looking at already. So you can stay on this and link on later on, and it should be interesting to see how everything shakes out as we get the front runners heading to their last half mile. So 11 Brigade have finished first. Fantastic results, and the clock starts for them now as a minor unit. Is there enough for them to move up or to secure victory in the minor units competition? It's a huge effort for Event 5. 216 are obviously one of their competitors in that category, so they'll be looking now to dial it up as much as possible in this last 0.7 of a mile for them to minimise that time that 11 Brigade are going to have over them. And then while we stay in that category, we're going to look at Army Foundation College Harrogate again, who've had a really strong event 3 and 4. They're needing now to they've been strong, to be fair, throughout the day. They now need to minimise that loss at the time that the 11 Brigade have put into them. Strensel Station, same detail, and then we've also got 39 seats as well, who've also qualified for the minor units. In terms of the mixed events then, 15-6 Team 2 right up there, and their next nearest team in that category are pretty much 71-6, so there's some big time put into them. B team finished, 8 miles done, and the next one we're expecting now come across the line is 15 Sigma Regiment Team 2. They're in their last 0.1 of a mile now, and from there 216 Parachute Signal Squadron are 18 seconds, are a little bit behind them, and they really need to dial it up now. They are losing time to 11 Brigade, and it's going to change that sort of whole category now. So they've got to put as much time. They've got to really push it up for this last bit now, and equally then they can put time into the Foundation College and Strensel Station. That's 15 Sigma Regiment Team 2 over the line. And the next ones to be finishing then will be 216, then probably 22, and then you've got 2 Sigma Regiment C team coming in, followed by 14-6, and then Army Foundation College Harrogate. 216 Parachute Signal Squadron, last 0.2 of a mile, almost finished. Minor unit competitors, along with Army Foundation College Harrogate, so they've put some time into the college, about 35 seconds. But in terms of time, you know, this is an 8 mile best effort with 15 kilos, and we've got teams, numerous teams coming in on and around the hour mark, so it's absolutely blistering pace. So we're about to have the Army Foundation College finish along with 13 Signal Regiment, pretty close together actually. They're both on 7.8 miles, and that is, you know, still a fantastic time. 14.6 behind them a little bit. Remember, they went out really hard really early, but it paid off because they had a great result and performed really well. 16.6 just behind them, and then we've got Strensel Station who we're watching now. That's Harrogate and 13 Signal Regiment across the line. Next to finish at the 7.8 mile point is 14.6, and then a little bit of a gap, about a minute and a half just over of 16.6, and Strensall Station a little bit behind them, probably about a minute. 15 Signal Regiment Team 1 about a minute behind them, and then we're just starting to creep down the pack a minute. We've got 30 Signal Regiment, then 2 6 A Team, 21 6, 11 Signal Regiment mixed, 71 10, Royal Corps Signals Corps headquarters at the 6.5 mile point, 1 6 at the 6 mile point, and 3 DSR at 6 mile point, followed by 39. Okay then, so as we get towards the closing stage of the competition with the middle third heading into the last mile, we're just going to take a quick break, and it's going to be a video focused on the opportunities available with 216 Parachute Signal Squadron over in Colchester. Welcome back. We are coming to the final stages of the RaceTheSun competition, event 5. This is the 8-mile Bergentab, and what a challenging finish to the event it is. We're watching 71.6, and the illustrious Adjutant Archie Balfour is there adding words of encouragement. Great to see. Closely shadowed by Staff Sergeant Benny Bentham, formerly of 256 Signal 430 Signal Regiment. So we've got technical and physical robustness supporting 71 Signal Regiment as they come towards the end of the competition. Good to see. We'll stay with 71.6 as we've got the chain of command supporting Sig Hawks as we come towards the end. Great to see them, aggressive, arms crossed, supporting Sig Hawks as he gets towards the last 0.6 of a mile. Okay, we've got 2 Signal Regiment A team crossing the line now. I can say without fear of contradiction, they absolutely, Lieutenant Dan Curry buried himself there. As I've got eyes on him now. Fantastic effort, along with everybody else. And the next team we look to see finish and complete the rest of the competition for their team is the 15 Signal Regiment Team 1. So that's the major unit entry. So we're joining the Royal Corps Signals Corps headquarters with Lance Corporal Kilby as he comes towards just over the last half a mile, working very, very hard. It's for anyone who's done any kind of Bergen work on a treadmill, which is not something a lot of us do ever. It's very hot and it gets that way very quickly. So it's a slog. Brutal, and I think that's depicted in the stream that you see at the moment. We're into sort of last third of the teams now finishing. If you look at the time, 1 hour 20, we would expect the normal standard for an 8-mile tab with this weight would be 1 hour 50 to 1 hour 55, which was the old AFT. So the majority of teams are, they're 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes underneath that. So it just gives you a real idea of how far above they are the above the old Army AFT standard, and you don't get that by tabbing. The 1 hour 20 territory is a majority of that distance is shuffling with a Bergen. There's an art form to it. If you get it wrong, it can degrade you very quickly. And some of the teams today have done that, have doubled for the whole distance. Impressive stuff. .21.6 are about to cross the line. Well done. And next up to finish then will be the 11th Signal Regiment mixed team, closely followed by 71 and then 10. Corps Headquarters, 1-6, 3 DSR and 39. Last few teams now completing and still in a really strong time of 1:22 for coming close to an 8 miler. So this sort of teams now, you 3 DSR etc. Looking at probably a sub 140, which is a fast pace for an 8 miler. And we're starting a bit of a race now. 3 DSR are looking to rein in 1 Signal Regiment. Are they going to get past them? If you look at the screen to your front then, the Zwift stream, if it's the first time you join us, up in the top left you can see the heart rate, 180 beats per minute, so it gives you an indication of how hard Lance Corporal Hamanta is working. He's in the red towards the last sort of 0.75 of a mile. If we can flick to 1 Signal Regiment, we'll just see how they're getting on with their heart rate, and even working equally as hard. So we've got 2 people who are digging deep and their tank is empty almost for them too, so kudos to them. Live stream with 1-6 now. Great setup. PTI observing. It's good to see. Arms crossed. Hair gel not visible, unfortunately, on this occasion. Corps Headquarters then coming up to last 0.2 of a mile, so they should be finished within a couple of minutes. Then we've got a little bit of a break of about half a mile, and really 1 3 DSR and 39 are going to be coming in around about the same there, so probably maybe 6 or 7 minutes later. So we've got 3 DSR, 1 Signal Regiment and 39 to finish, half a mile to go. At this pace, 5.5 minutes for both. And that'll be them, the last runners coming in at just over 1.5 hours for an 8-mile AFT, essentially. Very, very quick. Well done 3DSR, fantastic result, finishing well done. Jai 249, Jai Gurkha. 1 Signal Regiment then, last 0.1 of a mile. In fact 1 Signal Regiment just finished, and then we've got 39 Signal Regiment to finish. last 0.2 of a mile in for 39 Signal Regiment. So we've almost concluded the final event, race 5 of Race the Sun. 39 Signal Regiment team to cross the line last for this event, but looking at the time, a 1:33 for an 8 miler with 15 kilos is a very, very good time. We will then close the event down and move on to some holding credits. And the next time in for everyone who is streaming or is watching the stream is the awards ceremony, which will happen at 19:30 hours. Addressing you all and announcing the winners from all 3 categories will be the Commanding Officer of 2 Signal Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Balfour. We will start off with the mixed results. So that's teams with male and female participants. We'll then move on to minor units, so those units with a unit strength of less than 250 service personnel. And then the final award will be the major unit, so for those units with more than 250 service personnel on strength. And that will conclude the awards ceremony. For those of you who are wondering what will happen with the trophies, you'll see the trophies on the award. On the awards sequence, but obviously they're up in York. We will be arranging for engraving and courier of those awards down to the units, so they'll keep them until next year. And I wait with bated breath to see what Race the Sun 2022 looks like. I hope you've enjoyed this experience as we see 39 Signal Regiment finish off the last few feet of the event, and with that we'll see the competition, event 5, conclude. Well done 39 Signal Regiment, well done all competitors in the 2021 Race the Sun competition virtual. Look forward to the results sequence at 19:30 hours. Thank you, and we'll speak to you soon.